Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, October the 28th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All good? You can hear me? Okay, great. All right, wow. Okay, so the SPY is going to open again in a very weak fashion. We're down almost 1.8%. So we're in for a rocky road today, probably again. Interesting little statistic for you guys out there, for you nerds. October 28th, historically, since 1950. October 28th, historically, since 1950, has been the best day. I don't think so today. So let's take a look at what is happening here. So we have one little shining TUP, Tupperware. My goodness, look at the earnings for Tupperware. So it is gapped up significantly. There's the challenge to get through that 27.21. Where did it get to? Got to 26.38 on the high. So very close to that area right up here. Bed Bath and Beyond. On the surface, what I was reading looked good. Usually investors react well to a stock buyback program, but there must be something more to it. It's a big one, 650 million total, with an accelerated of 250 million. But this has really caused a downward turn in Bed Bath and Beyond. I'm not going to go over them all, but pick a cruiser, pick an airline. They're all down. NCLH, let's take a look at one. They're all down. First Solar, though, this might put a bit of a boost into the solar stocks today. First Solar, but again, if the market continues like this, but at least it did have good earnings reaction, up almost 10% right now. It was up. Look at this in the after hours yesterday was when it released earnings, up to almost $100. It's pulled back, but I was looking at SPWR and JKS, and they were all up. They were up also. Ride is gapping down. Of course, this was the SPAC that turned into Ride, and it is gapping down. This is shortable for me also, so I really want to take a close look at this one. I mean, look at this gap down here, 1464. Is that right? Yeah, $2 gap. Got so many things, ringing now in my ear about gap downs. NVCN, this is a gap down, small one. FDA rejection. Hope nobody was in this one, down 40%. The one from yesterday, SRRK, it was up. Let's see if it's still holding. Yeah, actually, it's up almost 8%. It's the crazy one from yesterday. Look what it did after hours. Got up to $37. If you weren't in the room yesterday, I mean, look at this candle right there, that daily candle. ASTC. Okay, kind of holding. Yeah, ASTC kind of holding. Gap up. $1 million sales. That they have an explosive detector technology. This one I was actually almost going to take in the pre-market. APTX. Director announced, or it was disclosed, that he bought $10 million worth of stock at $3. AUVI, let's see, I don't know. Well, I have it right there. It's just popping in now. AUVI is right there, so don't know what to say. It's right there. AUVI, yeah, wow. Oh, this is this applied UV. Okay, I remember these guys now. Very, very, very low float. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, I'm not sure why I didn't put it in there. I was concentrating on something else. You know why? It's because I'm kind of concentrating on my gap up list. This is sort of the secondary list I look at. And I didn't see it here. But obviously, AUVI, sure. I mean, that's something to definitely watch. This could be the crazy one. I mean, it already is the crazy one. Up 86%. What's the high over here? $13. Give me a second here. All right, let's keep going here. Socket, SCKT. I guess they have Apple compatibility. I think that's what I read. Contactless wallet Apple compatibility now for SCKT. But it is pulling back to get as high as 434. It's pulled back almost $1 now. Yeah, I have MGen way down here on my list. There's so much activity this morning. MGen, I mean, another one, 136%. It's based on some kind of an acquisition they've done. It's not super low float, 50 million in the float, so it is not a low float. Keep an eye on Oxy. It's not that it's had a huge gap down, but this is almost an all-time low. Look at Oxy. Well, in fact, it is an all-time low right now. Or at least there it is. Well, it's below. I mean, it's below that, so it's an all-time low right now for Oxy. HMY, here's another one that's almost at an all-time low. I'm sorry, not an all-time low. I was looking at this level right here, 484. In fact, I have a price alert set right there, 484 for HMY. I mean, if it takes that out, I mean, there's really no support until about 3 on that weekly chart. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one to see if it gets down. But it is a gold play, but a lot of times gold will be the only sector up in a down market. But we'll have to see. I have my alert set right there, 484 for HMY. I don't think there's very much volume for this one yet. Bungie, BG, it's starting to pick up. Okay, BG is an earnings play, but very erratic. What did it get up to? 62, but it is a big breakout here. You can see on that monthly chart, if it can maintain over this area here, it has a shot to get into that 69 area. But today, I wouldn't be going long very many things. Not unless the market starts to have a rally of some sort. BGFV, another earnings play, is gapping down. I mean, again, look at this on the daily chart. I mean, the next area of support might be around 570. So keep an eye on BGFV as an earnings play. Another earnings play, Six Flags, 6. A gap down. Boy, I remember where this was up in the, $60 odd. Oh, man. Looks like there could be some support around 19 for 6. Another one that is gapping down, GME. Looks like the bloom is off this one. That was the Microsoft news day right here. You know, kind of chopped around a bit, but this is now just around $12. And what else do I have here? It's age. Age is still, yeah, it's now starting to give it up a little bit. So age is a virus play, but it's, you know, when I first saw it, it had gapped up to 240, but it's right back down. So, I mean, it's actually got negative, slightly negative, down a penny from the close. Well, let's see what the analysts are talking about today in terms of upgrades and downgrades. At some point, the downgrades have to start outweighing the upgrades, don't they? And today's the day. Not by a huge margin, but upgrading Lulu. Let's see when they have earnings. The first solar upgrade after the fact. And a couple of upgrades for AMD from Barclays and from Craig Hallam. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. I see Hog has been downgraded by Morgan Stanley after earnings yesterday. The reaction to earnings was really good. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Tupperware is still strong, guys. It's still right back up. Almost at the pre-market highs right here. Strong, strong. I disregard that bottoming tail. It's probably meant nothing. Don't tell me. Well, that's my favorite stock. Favorite company. Oh, okay. Okay. Good news. Good news. All right, so there's Hog on the way down. Again, Morgan Stanley downgrade. Had a good, good earnings reaction yesterday. Obviously, look at this move, but it's been downgraded by Morgan Stanley. Goldman has a downgrade on RLMD. Let's take a look at RLMD. Relmada Therapeutics. Okay, well, looks like that downgrade is giving this stock a little bit of grief. Not very much volume yet. I'm a little surprised with this APTX. Now, one of the things I did notice, I was really interested in taking this one. I wanted to see a break of the 200-day moving average. What did it get to? It got to 348. There's the 200-day, 351. So it almost got to it before it just. But I mean, I just looked at this daily chart and thought, man, if it can ever take that out. Well, it had taken this area out right here, 326. This little cluster on the daily chart. It had taken that out, but then I noticed the 351 because I was all set to take this trade right around 330 or so. but then it just didn't do it. Why? Because that's pretty significant. A director buying $10 million worth of stock, and I think it was at $3. But that's just the way it is. It didn't work out, but I do have a price alert set at around 351. It is not APTX. Let me see again. Yeah, I mean, it's not a crazy low float. I mean, it's still low. 23 million is not certainly high, but it's not crazy, crazy low. All right. My greeting in the morning. Okay. Okay, I had a question. Almost forgot to talk about it. So here's my watch list right here. Okay, so if you want to have access to my watch list, you have to go to the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. All right, these two windows here, nothing will happen until at least 9:45. And this window, we should start getting alerts right off the bat. But these are the two windows that I really concentrate on. Nothing happens until 9:45 on purpose. So that's how you access it. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you click on anything in the channel bar, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout will be replaced. But as long as you've saved it to the cloud, it's okay. Top looks like it's going to try to take out that high that I have a price alert set for right up here. What is that high right there? It's 27.19, not far away. And it is an earnings play. But, boy oh boy, I mean, the market, the way it's going to open, take a look at the SPY. I mean, look at the SPY, guys. I mean, look right here. I mean, this is in theory. There's a 20-day low, I believe, for the SPY right here. And it's sitting right on top of that. It takes this out with any oomph today. Look out below. So how are the rest of those solars doing? SPWR. Yeah, I mean, you're going to get a little bit of a boost from FSLR today, but FSLR, you know, it actually pulled back quite a bit from its after hours high for solar announced earnings after hours yesterday. Almost got to 100. Did pull back. That's the mauve area right here, and the tan area is the pre-market action. Yeah, a miniature poodle, sure. White. All right, so take a look at let's take a look at American Airlines. Just pick an airline. Boy, look at this. Look at these 3 days. You know, this is underneath 11 now. Maybe some support around 1070. Takes 1070 out. Pretty bleak. How did what do yesterday? So I will continue to watch the trade of the week. I traded it out yesterday. There was what a move it had right here. What a great move. The star right now is top. Looks like it's almost at that high right here. 27.21, just another, what's 37 cents to go. I don't know. I mean, you can set the alerts. So the 5:15, so we've got the 5:15. Well, we don't have 4-hour, number one. Okay, and then so you could add, so I mean, we do have the 5:15 and 60. So yeah, I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't. They would all have to be, it would filter, so they would all have to be at a certain level. We just don't have the 4-hour. So for instance, add a filter. So if you want them all, over 70, you would just add all those. You might have to have, probably be best to put 2 different alerts. I mean, you could do it here, but oh no, an ADX filter. Okay, why not? So yes, there's no reason why you cannot. You can add all the RSI filters that you want. So all those time frames have to be over a certain. We just don't have the 4-hour. Okay. I want to get rid of these 2. Well, I looked at it. I mean, I looked at it, briefly mentioned it. It's obviously a bit of a continuation play right now. So hard to know what's going to happen. They hit an after hours high, $37. It's hard to believe it'll be as strong as yesterday, but you never know. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Emily Squirrel. It cracks me up. I don't care how often I see Emily Squirrel's name. It's going to always crack me up. So CHUP is very, very close to this high right there. I mean, that was an amazing. In fact, there it goes, right at that high now. So it's taken out the high of about a month ago, a little over about 5 weeks ago. All right, everybody, the market is going to open in about 40 seconds. So let's have a great trading day today. Let's see what the market brings us. See if we get a bit of a rally. Turns into my favorite day. And again, nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. But we'll start getting alerts right here, right off the bat. And we are now open. All right, some volume coming into AGE. This is a virus play. AGE is a virus play. Wow, look at top. Holy smokes. So much for that mini resistance. Come on, don't do this. Okay, let me wait. Hopefully that's not, that's just a brief blip. Okay. So again, there is that high, 27.19, 27.19. So man, it popped. Wow, look at this. Okay, APTX is trying to come back here a little bit, guys. I'd be a little wary of that 200-day moving average at 351. So what are we? So we open up down about 500 points. SPY is way down, and you know what? This is going to be. I mean, at least yesterday, can't remember if the Nas ended up positive, but it was. It wasn't as negative. So there we go. Now Nas, the tech is way down. Microsoft, I know, had earnings. Reaction to not great. Wow, I have to say it like this, TUP is on a mission. So as we speak, this is your alpha stock as we speak, the one that doesn't care right now anyway, that the market is getting blasted. All right, so this AUVI is now really starting to, this is not shortable for me. So keep an eye on BBBY. I mean, it's trying to hold 20, got down to 20. It's a big share buyback program. Now, I must not be completely understanding it because unless it's because investors are thinking, hey, you sold off I think you sold off a division and got a whack of cash for it, and now you're going to use it to buy back your shares. We don't like that. I don't know. Okay, Eli was an earnings play on the 21st. Eli, E-L-Y, is really gapping down now. Callaway, through the 200-day moving average now. Wow, it's a big gap down. Now this one, this HYLN. I guess I have to call these the old SPACs. And it became, once the merger was complete, HYLN, the symbol. I mean, look at this. Wow. Cut in half. So the bloom is off these SPACs. There's no question. There's, you know, it's obviously maybe the market we're in. But these things tend to run cyclically, so we just have to ride this market out. I mean, I still have what I call high hopes. I'm not in this one, IPOC. But at some point I thought I would get into this one as a bit of a swing trade, but certainly not yet. No reason to. No reason to be, in my opinion, unless you pick, there's not very many stocks I think you can swing right now. All right, this says ZDGE and a big run after hours even. Oh, Eli is just taking a real big hit here. ELY, taking a big hit. It had an interesting day to say the least. Got up to 2178, and then the selling came in, got all the way down to 19, and the selling continues down through the 200-day moving average. $0.10 under some pressure today. Also, TME. Looks like there could be decent support around 14 for TME. All right, NCLH, another new low. RKT, look at RKT. Looks like this is an IPO from back here. RKT. No, of course, this is Rocket Mortgage. Right. RKT. So look at this. I mean, we get up to 34, back down to 19. Last month, there's the high. Good morning. Okay, guys, I mean, the cruisers at CCL, but okay, underneath the whole number now. CCL underneath the whole number. CCL underneath 13. And we have a halt. What just got halted? CLGX. CLGX just got halted. Ooh, on the way up. Core Logic. Look at this. Ooh. This almost should be a halt on news. Something obviously is going on with Core Logic. I think that was this maybe not a buyout or something? It looks pretty flat on that weekly chart. You see a weekly chart that looks like this. It almost looked like this was a buyout. And maybe something's happened. Increase in the offer. I don't know. More choppy on the daily chart. So I just don't know. But something has happened here. Well, I have to tell you that my disappointment this morning has been APTX. Now it looks like it could even go negative. I really thought with that news of insider buying 10 million shares or $10 million dollars worth, that would really help propel the stock. And traders will be looking at that, what happened 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days ago. But I was waiting for the break of the 200-day moving average. It just didn't happen. Know what it is? So were they in play before, Casa? All right, now BBBY is on the bounce here. BBBY is on the bounce here. So the only thing I can think of is that, BBBY had, I think it was here. They had earnings, decent earnings. I think it was right there, decent earnings. And then I think a little bit later, they announced that they were going to get rid of a big chunk of segment that they controlled. I can't even remember what it was. I think they raised for about $670 million. And then the announcement today, it seems like they want to take that money and start doing a big buyback of their shares. Typically, that's good. But maybe investors say, hey, you know what? We would rather you use that money for something else. It's the only thing I can think of. GE is an earnings play, guys. I didn't really mention it because I thought that I was wrong. This is an earnings play. GE is an earnings play. It might have a little bit more room to 8. Hard for me to believe it'll get through 8. And it's right. That's why I didn't mention it, because I saw that 200-day moving average, 771. When I saw it this morning, it was just about maybe 15 cents below. But okay, so there is the 200-day moving average. For GE, it's kind of sitting right on it. Three minutes for anything to appear in this watch list up and down. Okay, again, I put a delay on purpose. Another SPAC taking it on the chin. SPAQ. Boy, look at this. Okay, ADS is an earnings play, and it's actually, well, it's trying to come back a bit. It's still negative. Market is, glimmer of hope here. We have a couple of green candles. Glimmer of hope if you want to go long. Give me a moment here, please. Okay, I'm just sort of consulting some of the ones that have been beaten up early, see if they have any bounce in them based on that green candle. All right, well, GE just hovering over that 200-day moving average. Okay, top. Big topping tail now on that 15-minute chart for top. Did the SPY gap down? Yes, yes. No, 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 no. Best Buy is my favorite store. Not Bed Bath and Beyond. Yeah, look at Best Buy. We're right back. All right, CYH is on the move here. CYH, it is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday, looking pretty good. It's a big float, 112 million in the float. It's right at these levels here, so. But again, I'm a little reluctant with the market doing what it's doing to hop into anything long. Okay, so there is the first, so ride, 14.06, I missed it. I might have missed it, I didn't see it. So there is ride. All right, guys, taking a short in the ride. I wish I had seen it a little bit earlier, but I'm in ride. It gets anywhere close to 14, I'm out. And then at 1384, I'm surprised I got a fill so quickly. It's down over 10%, but I got a fill pretty quickly. As I say, it gets anywhere close to, in fact, I'm anywhere close to 14, I'm out. I should have got it just underneath 14, so. Okay, guys, I am. Just watching it right here. CYH is on the move. It's an earnings play. It is definitely moving pretty well. That ride spread turned badly on me. When I got in, it was only a 3 cent spread. So, but all of a sudden the spread just got bad. But just keeping an eye on it. I mean, it has no support really, so I don't know where it could go. Meanwhile, CYH guys is yeah, it's on a bit of a mission here. Look at that big red candle now on the SPY. Whoa. Let's see, come on, get into the 60s, maybe into the 50s. Okay, here's another one on the way down. Is this an earnings play? Some is an earnings play. Wow, look at this. I mean, big gap down through the 200-day moving average. A little bit choppy on that daily. Maybe some support not that far away. Now there's Oxy. I mean, there's no support really. I mean, there's the lows in the pre-market, 884. I believe this is now turning into a lifetime low. Stick an alert at the low of the SPY in the pre-market. Matador, so all these oil plays, energy sector just getting beaten up. Wow, look at Matador, guys. I mean, look at the potential drop. MTDR. Okay, and there's the SPY taking out the low of the pre-market. Or at the low of the pre-market. Here's the other one I was looking at, this other SPAC that super weak. Another one just cut in half, 45 down to 20. Yeah, just be super careful on this one, okay, guys? I mean, I know I remember what they claimed. I think back here on this day, or yeah, not that long ago, end of August, UV detection of virus. I think that's their deal. Okay, now there's HMY, guys. HMY at a very critical level. I mean, right there, there's the low on that week. If it takes this low out with any gusto, look at it. Look at where it could go. 290. I did see it, real. I know what you're talking about, but I was stubborn. All right, I just want to see how far I can ride this out. I just take, wow. Well, that was a good, it just had a pop. I was just taking some out at 1360. So it did take some, wow, now the spread has got crazy again. So I took some out at 1360 from 1384. And the spread got a little bit crazy again. All right, Denny's. Denny's is an earnings play, so I think the run of, well, of course, it's an average over, what, 60 years, 70 years. I mentioned as I opened the room that, believe it or not, today, October 28th, is the best day historically for the SPY over the last 7 years since they went back to 1950. The day is still young. You're right. Might have an immense rally. Okay, I'm all out of the rod, guys. Basically flat the last bit. I might look at reshorting it if it gives up, say, 1360 again. But right now, so I'm out of the ride. Okay, so boy, TUP was been a nice short right at the top there. Oh, I know. Europe locking down. I don't think they're rumors. Did it open? It did open, yes. So that was that was only a 5 minute halt, or actually 5 minute, 5.5 minute halt. All right, HMY. Boy, I'm interested in this one. Maybe unless the market really pops, but not even gold is positive today. Tough on the way down. Yikes! So this one got halted on the way down. This AUVI. From yesterday, Ben continues. Now look at this. Look at the candle from yesterday through the 200-day moving average. Now underneath another whole number, BEN. Denny's continues down on earnings. DENN continues down on earnings. As I say, maybe some support right around 9. But look at this, another red candle. So okay, here's one that just got halted. AB. Okay, this is a. Looks like this is, yeah, this is another. Doesn't look like this is actually a SPAC. Wait a minute. No, Absolute Software Corporation. So it is not a SPAC. It's actually it's a Canadian. Looks like it's a Canadian company with dual listings. All right. ABST. $11 was the IPO, so it's a little bit above, and that's ABST. Another earnings play, AM. Again, look at the gap underneath. Maybe to there's the 200-day moving average for AM, and $5 approximately is the 200-day moving average. 512. That might support it. Other than that, I mean, what's going to help? What's going to prop it up? And that's AM. A little disappointed in the ride. I was really hoping for a more something getting down to 13, especially with the market, what it's doing. You know, a lot of alerts on the downside for sure. All right, this AUVI. This is, I mean, I remember when they came with that press release. You know, wave a magic wand and or UV is going to cure the virus. I mean, you know, it's such a low float, 1.3 million in the float. Collaboration with Axis Lighting for developing an LED-based pathogen neutralizer. Boy, APTX is just really giving it up. I am surprised. It's now negative. It's gone negative. It's almost like the news wasn't true. And we even have a couple of Cantor Fitzgerald and Piper Sandler initiating coverage on them. Okay, wait a minute now. Announces closing a public offering. Okay. Also, that was on the 26th at $3 a share. Okay, so maybe this has to rest a bit. But this is the news that I'm talking about right there. Director buying basically $10 million worth of stock at $3 at the offering. So maybe it just has to rest a bit. In other words, not today. Yeah, that's the last thing I need to be trading a 7-day, 24-hour market. No alerts from the AI today. That is correct. Well, the low yesterday for this one was around 290. So, man, if it takes that out, I mean, on that weekly, 270. All right, Oxy had a little bounce. CPE had a little bounce. So some of the little bounce, little bounce. I'm just looking at some of these energy sector plays. But Trying to play a bounce today with the market doing what it's doing is going to be dicey. You might get some small bounces. I don't think you're going to get, probably not going to get too many sustained bounces. Now this one, I am watching this. The 8 EMA is trying to curl above the 20 SMA. For Sorrento, SRNE, well, Rye definitely had a nice recovery. Boy, this, I mean, you see this takes out 20. What's the low right there? 2010. I'm sticking an alert, price alert around 1983 for HYLN. See if it takes out 20 later today or tomorrow at some point. There's no bounce yet in Six Flags, but look at this. Looks like there could be some pretty decent support. Certainly right around 19 for 6. It's an earnings play. Yeah, I see this is making a move. I have a thumbnailed on another chart. What's the spread like right now? Yeah, I mean it's all over the place. I mean sometimes it's fairly tight for this sort of this stock that's moving. You mean the experimental one, Torps? Nothing. Yeah, they were longs, what they call snapback longs. They're not nothing really shaking out of them yet. Not with the market doing what it's doing. If we get anything interesting from it, plus this seems to get into a price range I just don't like. But if we get anything interesting from it, I'll certainly let everybody know. CoStar Group, private equity firms vying to acquire CoreLogic. All right, guys. Well, I ended up taking this one. Let's see if this has. It's probably going to be a slow mover. 300 million in the float, so it'll probably be a slow mover. But oops, I'm talking to AM. All right, let's see what happens. See if it can move down a little bit. I don't anticipate a big move, 300 million in the float, but look at Matador. This is another earnings play. Boy, oh boy. I mean, this Matador MTDR gives up 7. Look out. I mean, look at the market, guys. Wow, we're now 45 minutes of down. How's Kern? All I know is I couldn't short it yesterday. That's all I can remember. It's starting to bounce a bit. No, it is shortable now. It wasn't short. I don't think it was shortable yesterday for me. Yeah, there are only 23,000 shares available right now. Not that I want to short it right now, but it was interesting to me. I couldn't short it. Short sale. SS is a short sale. Wafi, welcome, by the way, welcome. Going short a stock. Just trying to concentrate a little bit on my short watch list here. I wish I'd got it a little closer to 580, but keep inducing it downwards by putting little prices, just a tick here, a tick there. Yeah, it's inching its way down. I'm just going to I'm just going to keep one of these, the AM. I want to see if I can get into the 60s. So, sometimes a stock with a higher float can help you because it won't be quite as strenuous a trade or nerve-wracking a trade. If it's in kind of I call this in semi-play. I mean, it's an earnings release. I don't expect it to be hopping around too much, up or down. Here's another one, another earnings play. Don't know too much about this company, UNM, out of Chattanooga. Earnings play. All right, we have a resumption. I did not like this one. I know it was up huge. MGEN, so it got halted on the way down and it's just resumed. MGEN now under $1. It's not a low float, 50 million in the float for a $1 stock. Relatively significant. Yeah, if you don't want to short, guys, then you're gonna have to sit the market out for a while. You know, if you're afraid of shorting, heard all sorts of horrible things about shorting. Um, you know, you don't want to short individual stocks. I mean, there are ETFs you can buy, yes, but they take advantage of the market going down. But you know, there's a lot of opportunity shorting. Look at the SPY, boy. Look at this. I mean, look at this gap down on the SPY. Wow. This is the daily chart for the SPY. And we're starting to approach these levels here. I mean, election uncertainty, COVID uncertainty. Market doesn't like uncertainty. Well, I usually make a kind of a big general announcement at 10:30, but I think what I'll do, I just want to separate this announcement for the rest from the rest of them. And this is for anybody who has been always wanting to try out trade ideas and has asked in the past for a free trial. We do not have free trials, but if you fill this out, the next test drive sign up link, if you fill it out, the test drive will start on November the 9th. It'll run to November 20th. That is 2 full trading weeks. For $8.99, we will give you access to our full premium service for those 2 trading weeks. So all you have to do is just fill this form out, and then you'll get a notification back exactly how to. You know, might not get it today. I'm not sure what we call our landing page has been completed yet. But within the next couple of days, I would think you will get an email back outlining exactly how you can sign up for the test drive. So again, $8.99. Also open to our standard subscribers. If you want to try our premium service, look at this market. If you want to try our premium service, it will cost $8.99. We'll upgrade you to premium for those 2 weeks. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Don't have to worry. We don't put anybody into a subscription. If you're one of those standard subscribers that wanted to upgrade for those 2 weeks, we'll move you back to standard. Of course, if you tell us you want to remain, fine. Nary a trade from the AI today. Meanwhile, some continues down. Earnings play, you would think maybe some support around here, but it is broken way down. It's very, very ugly looking daily chart though, very choppy. All right, give me a moment here. I'm trying to figure out. I'm getting a sound alert, and that's where it is. Okay. All right, Tupperware's coming back a little bit here. TUP, nice earnings play. You know, not caring too much what the market is doing, obviously. I mean, it's up 31%. And it's almost a red bar ignored right there for on the 2-minute chart for Tupperware. So high is 27.60. The high is 20. So actually, this is a red bar ignored right there for Tupperware on the 2-minute chart. That red bar is totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, so it is a potential long entry right at the high of that red candle, which was 27.82 or so. So yes. Have we seen that? Anybody had seen that? That was, and also on the 5-minute chart, red bar ignored. The theory being is that you have, not that this was a big uptrend, but I like to see a few more green candles before, but think of it like this. You have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then a continuation. No, not options trading as we have options filters, which may help you identify stocks that you might want to trade options in. I can show them to you if you're interested. And anybody else interested in options? So here are our option filters. Some of them are obvious. We have a put call ratio. Option volume is an average over the last 10 days. Total contracts, puts and calls. This is of course the option volume today. Put volume, call volume today. This is the key metric right there. Options volume today %. So what this means is, if you use that filter, and let's just say I put 200 in here, 200%. So what that means is, if a stock has, say, traded on average over the last 10 days, total contracts, say 2,000 total contracts, if you put 200 in the min, that stock will have to trade at least 4,000, double. Okay? So it'll at least alert you to stocks having abnormal option activity. Now, how that can help you trade the option, that's up to you. But it at least will alert you to stocks having abnormal option activity. Now, we do have an option channel. What are the options channel? But again, it's not. It doesn't look at the Greeks or anything like that. It's just again alerting you to, where is it? Options, options, more options. I haven't looked at my channel bar for a while. I know it's here somewhere. Unusual options. But that's really based on what I was just telling you, okay? Looking for abnormal option activity. Yeah, no problem. So this is an inverse ETF, HIBS, a little one. Betting on the market going down. So you buy this one, HIBS. It's a 3-timer. All right, guys, it is now 10:31. So this is typically when I start. First of all, a big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can find them one of two ways. You can click on the Scans tab. Here they all are. Or you can click on the Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download. That'll take you to a Word document. Then you can copy. You can take a look at all the scans. See something that makes sense to you. You might want to try. Hopefully I've named them, so give you an idea about what the scan is looking for. All you have to do is copy the link. If you've copied the link, then File, Load from Cloud, and it should appear right in this box here. If for some reason this box is still blank, just paste it in, Control-V it in, and then load it. Now it'll be on your screen. And if you like it, now of course you can always make changes to it. This is kind of the things that I like to see. But if you want to make changes, you just right-click, Configure. Click on the summary. You can see the filters I'm using. So you may have a different price range that you want to take a look at. You might want a different minimum volume. Okay, so of course it's completely up to you if you want to make any changes. But if you do make changes, or if you don't make changes but you do like it, just right-click, Save or Share to Cloud, Save. So now it is in your cloud. CYH is having a heck of a day, guys. CYH, big area to try to get out, to take out right there. That's 6, a little over 6. It's an earnings play. Interesting. I always like to sort of phrase it like this. The bets were being placed ahead of time because they released after hours yesterday, but I guess a lot of people thought, nothing good's going to come out of it. And look what happened. Because they did release, you can see right there, there's the move area. They released earnings after hours. There's the reaction. Kind of held pre-market. Market opens. Zoom. All right, I will now talk a little bit about some of the links. Just want to show you, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, all right, so you see my homepage link. If you click on that link right there, you'll be brought to my, guess what, my homepage. Oops. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, first of all, there is the promo code, Barry Fort Alpha, for 15% off either the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. And we have 4 plans. Premium and Standard Annuals. The Premium Annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is our AI, which is completely dormant today. No alerts yet. That's the reason why most people, if they want a premium service, is to see how they can use the AI. There are other differences, but that's the main difference between premium and standard. You do not have to take out an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. $118 for the standard, less the 15%, or $228 less the 15%. That discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium, or from a monthly plan to an annual plan, we will honor the 15% promo code. On my homepage, I also have the trades of the week, or the trade of the week. You can sign up for it. It gets sent to you before the market opens, usually 30 minutes to 45 minutes every Monday morning, one trade of the week. The past 3 have been really, really good. NIO 2 weeks ago, last week was PBI. And even though probably PRTS today is not doing that well, had a great day yesterday, you could easily have traded it. In the face of what the overall markets have been doing this week, pretty astonishing what PRTS did yesterday. I do a daily recap of what happens in the room. Usually do it around 1 o'clock. Click on the education link or this link. Keep saying I'm going to have to change them. They're both the same, so I keep forgetting to talk to our programmer. But if you click on this link right here, I am going to put this one link on its own, the 20 lessons in 20 days. I think it's a great link for anybody starting off with trade ideas. So if you click on that 20 lessons in 20 days, this is what you'll see. Take the lessons and, what is a top list? Build one. What is an alert window? Create one. All the basic features, I think very, very well explained. So if you're brand new, I would encourage you to take a look at these. It certainly won't take you 20 days. It's just a catchy marketing thing, that's all. And if you don't have trade ideas and you're thinking about it, you can also take a look at this and you can just sort of see what some of the basic features we do that we have to offer. Daily support lesson sessions. Today is Wednesday, isn't it? Yes, so today is the day that if you are interested, I'm going to go over this in a little bit. If you're interested in using this, this is what their Brokerage Plus feature. And if you have an interactive broker's account and you want to trade using Brokerage Plus in your IB account, Wednesday is the day that Michael Noss, who's our expert on all that, takes over the YouTube feed between 12 and 1. So there is another, call it a trading room. This is the main one that you're in. But there is a concurrent one. I moderate it from 9 to noon. And then one of the other traders takes over from 12 to 1. Then I resume from 1 to 3. And today, again, Michael is in the feed from 12 to 1. So I'll post that link a little bit later before I take a break. And daily webinars. Today is my long day. I help out on today's daily webinar. We have them Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And today is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, the co-founders of Trade Ideas. So I help them out, just answering questions as they come in. I'm not on the mic. And educational videos and trading books. So my link has a lot of, I think, pretty good things you can take a look at. And now I'll talk a little bit about the AI and then Brokerage Plus. Well, I scavenged some of the AAM guys. Made a little bit on it, not as much as I was hoping would get way down into, say, the 50s, but probably too much to ask with a 300 float. So it has had the pop. So made about 8 cents on it as I was watching this action right there. So I'm not at anything right now. All right, so I do want to talk a little bit about the AI and what exactly it is. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. The AI, once the market closes, gets to work in an optimization routine for the 50 strategies. So that's what the AI did last night once the market closed. And these are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. So this is what I would do in order to watch the alerts as they come in. From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is the window that will show up. As I say, there are no AI alerts yet today. But when an alert shows up, you'll have an entry time. Of course, that'll be the real-time entry. You'll have a stop, and you just manage the trades. So nothing I can show you today. Not yet. I'm sure we'll get something, but maybe, I don't know, I mean, just based on what the market's doing, certainly I wouldn't expect any long trades. Now, I do want to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. So you can use Brokerage Plus in one of two ways. Look at this one, BGFE. Look at it just tanking here. Earnings play. Okay, so I just popped that video, the Brokerage Plus intro. Okay, I popped that in. It's a video. It's about 25 minutes long, but it is segmented so that, you know, if you're looking at if you're interested in a certain way to trade using Brokerage Plus, how to do this, how to do that, it is segmented, and you can go right to the segment. So you don't have to watch the entire thing and try to wait for something that's of interest to you. So again, you need an interactive broker's account, okay, in order to use this Brokerage Plus window. So you can do things like set up one-click trading. You can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. So let's just say you click on an alert. You click on an alert, you like what you see, you re-click, and then you hover, and then you pick how you want to trade it. So it's not, you know, it's very, very quick, and you just set these up. And how do you do this? Watch the video. Now, the other way to use this is as a paper trader, simulated trading. If you're new to trading, please, please, please practice trading before you commit your money to the market. All you have to do is, again, this will be ready for the test drive for sure, right? You know, this is I'm on a development version, so this is why this is up here. Just all you have to do is once we have this version available for you. Right now, though, click on New Brokerage Plus, and then this window will show up, and then you connect to the simulator. And it's really simple to use. You just click on an alert, symbol shows up, how many shares you want to buy, the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting it, you'll sell it, and if you're going long, you buy it. Very, very simple. And it's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, it's our real-time data. So Omni, I would really recommend you take a look at the 20 short lessons. I don't know if you saw that link just above you. If you click on that link or my homepage, because I really think that'll help you. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. All right, so let's take a look at BGFV. So it's an earnings play. Wow, I mean, this is just the support maybe down here, 570-ish. I just want to show you how easy it is, though, to take a trade. And I'm trying to go long something. Because I know a lot of you do not want to short, but... So let's just, I mean, I would not do this, okay? It's extended, of course. It's even, you know, I sort of have a phobia about taking things underneath a whole number. I like to see the whole number breaking. But I'll just show you how you can do it. So let's take a couple of hundred shares. Somebody mentioned DGLY. I know it had some action after hours yesterday or right at the end of the day. But we found this one a real challenge to trade. But let's just take the trade. I mean, if it took out 253, I like the other one better. You don't subscribe to it. It's just part of the service. Unless you're using our web-based version tech. It's not part of the web-based version. trying to add it, but it's not part of the web-based version. It's not a matter of subscribing. It's there. It's just one of the features we've got, but you have to have our web-based version. I'm sorry. You have to have the app. Okay? They're working on a vaccine. I think that's obviously in reference to something I said. Let's take Tupperware. Let's take a couple hundred shares of Tupperware. What's the spread like? It's not terrible. Oh, whole number. Yes. Okay, I got you. I know you don't think that that's a big deal. Okay, so it just took a couple hundred shares of Tupperware, 28.63. All right. Now, as always, we always talk about having a stop. You always have to have a stop. In this case, I'm going to put a pretty wide stop on it, but you always have to have your stop fixed ahead of time. I'm just going to show you how easy it is, though, to add the stop. Okay, so I just added the stop. It'll show up right on the chart. It'll show up right on the chart. Did I put it in the wrong? Did that yesterday? I might have missed the. Yeah, look at that. Stop is 27. Okay. Forgot the decimal again. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to. These are hotkeys, by the way, so you can get out of position just by flattening it. Okay, you get out half your position. You can double your position. So you notice I took myself out. Well, Interactive Brokerage is a brokerage. So you have to have an interactive brokerage that had nothing to do with us. I mean, in that regard, you have to. The only thing Brokerage Plus works with is interactive brokers. Not necessary to use Brokerage Plus to trade using trade ideas. It's a feature, that's all. So let me try this again. Yeah, can it? Meanwhile, Chef on the way down here. Chef is an earnings play. Look at this. Wow. Didn't have a lot of action in the pre-market in terms of volume, but look at this Chef. Gosh, look at these gaps. Brutal day. Okay, let's take a look at Tupperware again. I want to do this right. Okay, so I'm back in Tupperware. Now I'm going to add the stop correctly. Now you'll see it right on the chart, okay? So if it gets down to 27.83, which is kind of the low of these 5-minute, 2-minute candles, I'd be out $159. I'm going to put a $30 price target. Again, I'm just showing you how you can do it. So if it got up to $30 and I allowed this to run automatically, it'll take me up for a 275 gain. Down here, if I let it, again, if it takes out 27.83, I'll be out $159. These lines are movable. So if the trade starts working very well, I can use this like a trailing stop. And I can move it up and down. Also, if it approaches, now this is in the simulator, okay? This is not my real count. I'm going long. So if it comes close to 30, and I don't want to take it out, I can always move it up, okay? Or I can move it down if I think it's kind of lagging a bit. I want to get out of the trade. Now that is a visual way you can do it. You can go in here though, and I would, if you wanted to sell 50 shares, you could just type in 50. You could type the price you want to get out at and sell it. Or again, if you want to just get out of the trade completely, you just highlight, flatten. You want to get out half your trade, half. You want to double it, double. Okay, these are just hotkeys. Very, very simple to use. And I would absolutely recommend that you use our simulator before you start using your real money in the market. Wow, just look at that. There's a green bar ignored actually. Now look at the trend. Green bar, totally engulfed by the previous red candle. Next candle is red, trend continues down. Boy, this market is just getting crushed now. I mean, these are the pandemic lows. Remember, this was just before the pandemic, right here. Well, on the monthly chart, there was the high right there, 330. I remember that number, 339. Sorry, I was wrong. It's not there. And then we had to drop all the way down here. So this is not showing it on the daily. All right, so I did not see that AI alert, but I mean, there were a couple of longs, but I would be very reluctant to go long anything. But there is a short. Just out of the price range I like to trade, but I don't display the AI alerts, not fair for those who pay for the premium service, so I will talk about them after the fact. All right, ASTC now is starting to move here. Explosive detector technology, greater than 1 million sales. That was Astrotech rallies on subsidiary surpassing $1 million in purchase orders. All right, look at this one. This dogs, DOGZZ. They're out of China, and look at this. I mean, look what it did a couple of days ago. 3 days ago, right up to 344. Look at the volume that is coming in. DOGZ. Yeah, I see. And a strategic part. Well, that was on the 24th. Yeah, opening of a new factory. Yes. Did not see it, Gato or Gatto? Is that a Gatto silver? Okay. Yikes. Not good. Horrible. What a time to have an IPO. So priced at 7, so it's underneath the IPO price. Today, there were a lot of IPOs this week. I think there are a lot tomorrow also. So one of the things about putting your stops on the chart, if you're the type of person that will never obey your stops, you have to have a stop, guys. I mean, if you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. So you have to have an area that you're going to get out of the trade. And so if you're risking, you should have in my opinion, you should have a more or less fixed dollar amount that you're going to risk per trade. So let's just say it's $100, and that'll be dependent on the size of your account, of course. So if you're going to risk $100 on a trade, that'll dictate how many shares you'll take. So you place your stop, and if you're the type of person though that starts second guessing the stop, because you're thinking, I got into this trade, this has to work, read about it, heard about it, it's got to work. And it starts working against you, and it comes close to your stop, and you start reducing your stop. You start thinking, yeah, obviously that was a too tight a stop. I'm going to reduce it, move it down. And what starts to happen is that your $100 manageable loss in the trade turns into 150, turns into 200, turns into 300 as you get stubborn and more stubborn about not wanting to obey your stop. Finally, you get out out of frustration, and now, again, that manageable stop turns into something that is way less than manageable. So if you are that person, and we all have been that person, this is a very good way to do it. This takes all the emotion out. You just put your stop, it hits it, you're out. Yeah, this to me is your short to pop day for sure. I mean, unless the market takes some kind of a big U-turn here. I have my momentum scan. I'm not showing it on the screen. I think it's one of the ones that I am sharing. So, they're popping on volume. But, I'm not too interested in. Look at Eli. And also, I mean, this basic new highs and lows. I don't call this popping down. Wow, straight down through that 200-day moving average, not looking back. Looks like it's trying to base. I mean, First Solar had good earnings, so I mean, I guess that is kind of helping, or good reaction to its earnings release. You know, it's up 11%. So I'm sure that's helping the solar market. What's SPWR doing? You know, modestly up, 60 cents. Choppy. Look at this weekly, look at this daily chart, how choppy it is. Topping tails, bottoming tails, up, down, up, down. Well, this ASTC now is, what's the high right there? 260. It takes that out. It might have a shot to get start to fill into this gap of 317. It's what we call an alpha stock. Doesn't at this point anyway, does not care what the market's doing. But again, look how choppy. Choppy. Look at bottoming tails and topping tails. Nothing smooth about this one. Well, definitely yesterday was the day to trade the trade of the week. Had just a tremendous 30 minutes. So what I want to do here is I want to just show you if it gets down to 27.76. In fact, maybe I'll move it up a bit. No, I'm going to leave it here. I just want to show you how this works. It's obviously Tupperware is starting to really fade here a bit. So if it gets down to 27.76, it's going to take me out of the trade. Just want to show you how it works. But look at Vivo here. Now this is an interesting one. It's you can see that if Vivo can ever take out 20, look left, look how much room it's got. I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert right around here. I'm just showing the price alerts. Okay, this is our price alerts window. If you're not using it, you should be. Click on new, price alerts window. Really, really simple to use, and I think it's one of the simplest price alerts that you can, all I have to do is, you see right down there, Vivo, I've got it down here. There's the 2004, I'm 32 cents away from triggering. I sorted on the triggered column, so if this triggered, it would move right to the top. I would see it, I would hear it. Just put a sound alert on it. I minimize the window so that when I do get the alert, the window will pop up on my screen. I'll hear it, see it. I cannot miss it. No, that's not the sort of webinar it is, Rodog. Okay, it's not a Q&A like that. It's more of a general. It doesn't get into the nuts and bolts. You might want to go to the, it depends on, well, Michael will be in the YouTube feed between 12 and 1, so you might want to show up there and ask him. Because he's all about creating strategies too, so. Okay? Let me just give you so you can copy this link down. Yeah, he'll be there between 12 and 1, okay? Yes, so from the toolbar, click on New, Price Alerts window. When you do that, your Price Alerts window will pop up. If you've never created one, it'll be blank. I was just talking about Vivo. So it's 23 cents away from triggering. So how to actually create a price alert? You just go to the chart. And let's say I wanted to create it. It's at 1983 right now. All I have to do is just, move my mouse. So I'm going to put an alert. It says 1994. I could type in 20 if I want. I don't fill anything else out. You can put, if you want to put a note though, you can. And then save it. So it's done. So again, you see how it's right at the bottom here? So and I would put a sound alert on it. Go to, right click, actions, and then go run through this. Same as placing a sound alert on an alert window. The reason I do it, and I've got a headset and I might be wandering away from my system. And so I put an alert on here so I'll hear, it's a unique sound, of course. So you put a different sound on each window so you know which window to look at. So I know what is my price alert window sound is. So I can come racing back in and I'll see it right on my screen. I minimize it so that it'll pop up on my screen. Well, this is really interesting. And you can see, if it can take this out, it doesn't have to be today. You may never do it. But then look left, look at the void. It reminds me a little bit like the ANAB. That we talked about before. It had a nice, decent day yesterday. It's pulled back a little bit. But, again, that's all I'm looking at is this big, big void up to $40. So it kind of looks the same. Entry and exit signals, please show how to do it. Are you talking about, so where exactly are you talking? When you say an entry and exit signal, are you talking about the AI? Because that's just automated. So maybe, Maria, maybe a little more information for me so I can maybe answer it a little bit better. If you're talking about what I did up here, like APTX, let's take a look at APTX. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. So let's take APTX. Take 300 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. It's only a 1 cent spread. So is this what you're talking about now? How I can add a stop order and a target? Is that what you mean? Please do look at Vivo, guys. Well, you can only backtest 63 days, so 63 trading days, about 3 months. Do a cloud link, Rodog, okay? Right click on the strategy. Don't do collaborate. Right click on the strategy and save or share to cloud and click on save and share. And then control V it in. So now, as I say, Maria, I don't know if if you can hear me. So at this point, I can right click, add a stop order. So I'll put a stop order at 3. And there it is on the chart. So if it got down to 3, I'd be out $43. I can put a target. Put a 350 target. That'll appear. It's hard to see a little bit all this jumbling here, but if it got up to 350, I'd make $106. Goes down to 3, I'd lose 43 in the simulator. Okay, so you were talking about the AI then. There's an entry and then there's a stop. So you have to have a premium service. If you're I think you're talking about then the AI. You have to have our premium service, and that's automated. Well, automated in that you have a real time entry. You don't have to take it right right at the alert. I mean, you can always, like, none of these are so crucial that you have to get in right at the penny. You wanted to take a look and see, okay, how is it trading? How's the market doing? Is it coming into resistance? And then, a stop is automatically created. So you just kind of manage the trade as you see fit. Okay, so you see what happened with Tupperware. It took me out. I allowed that to happen. Now, had I been in this trade for real, I never, even though there's my stop, I would have said, okay, you know what? I don't like the way it's trading. I would have raised my stop up, taken myself out earlier. But I just wanted to show you how you can. It's probably hard to see, but that was a darker red line. Now it's a faded one, and that's where it took me out. So that's how you can, if you take the emotions right out. So you can also use this as a practice swing trading. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward the next day. You're given $100,000 to work with. So again, if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward for as long as you want. So you can practice swing trading also using this module or option or feature. Now, a word about the $100,000. I mean, if you're really trying to practice and make it as real as you can, I mean, if you only have a $10,000 account, the fact that we give you $100,000, I mean, you should really size according to the account that you've got. So in other words, you have a $10,000 account, you're not going to buy 10,000 shares of a $4 stock, as an example. Well, as I say, Rodok, have a little patience. In 45 minutes, you can go to the YouTube feed and you can run it by Michael. Okay? Yeah, I think you have to sign in, but I think it's a very simple process. I don't even think it's a. It just takes us to our YouTube site. There you go. Okay, one moment, please. Okay. Drora, you asked that question yesterday. I mean, look, we've got COVID and we've got the election. I mean, lots of things are factoring into what the market is doing right now. So, nobody knows, who's going to get elected, what the absolute effect is going to be right afterwards. Lots of opinions out there. No point in, I'm not saying worrying about it until, let's see what happens on Tuesday or Wednesday or next week. The election's on Tuesday, but my doubts are that we're going to have a clear-cut answer. Tupperware right back up. So I know what a lot of people would be thinking. Why did I put my stop? Not talking about me. If you took this trade, I should have had a wider stop, because look what it did. It bounced right back up, and that is the pitfalls that people can do. They can start second guessing it because they see what happens afterwards. They say, okay, obviously I should not have obeyed that stop because it turned right around, until the time that it keeps moving down, 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 down. Okay, it's going to happen. Worst thing that could happen is, one of the worst things that can happen is that you disobey your stop and it pops back up for you. And then you say, you know what? I'm not going to worry about stops anymore. Yeah. There you go, Emmanuel. So one of the things I like to have, I like to see this distance from the exit price. Okay, so it's actually from where I exited, it is tacked on 76 cents. I mean, what you really want to see, of course, is a big minus number, because that would show you that, okay, I exited at a certain point and it's way underneath so that would have been a good exit, as an example. Oh, this one. Yes, 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 yes. This one. I want to. Yeah, thank you, Michael. I see your post there. Thank you. Yeah, this one that got absolutely crushed 3 days ago, having a bit of a bounce back day. It was a crazy day on the day of. A lot of us participated in a huge bounce that it did from about 390 to 8. I didn't take that entire range, unfortunately, but did participate a little bit of that bounce. We're talking about BVXV. Okay, so in order to get these, you have to go to the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Watch List. Okay? And remember, this is everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. And the basic new highs, everything else, including that one and many others, you can get it from the Scans tab or the Room Drive icon. Scans that I shared, download. The reason I do it this way, guys, makes you do a little bit of work, but otherwise I'd be having to paste links in all day long. So I put them all in one area. You can pick and choose which ones you want. The only caveat is this one: you have to access it from the toolbar. Oh, look at this market. Looks like it's going to put in another red bar here, or a bigger red bar. Oh, that's okay. No, Todd, that's okay. I'm just a general statement, not singling you out at all. Just a general statement. Well, let's see if this APTX can gain any traction now. Insider bought $10 million worth right at $3. They did a financing at $3, so it appears that three might be holding. I'm in the simulator. But we have had no bounce whatsoever in the SPY in the market today. Nothing. You know, a mild one right there, but that's certainly not a big bounce. All right, well, this one now is over 260. So the high of 3 days ago, it is over that high of 3 days ago. Barely, but it is moving. 317 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. A lot of volume coming into it also. It's a low float, 5.3 million. It's traded 8.9, so this will easily trade maybe 2 or 3 times the float today if it keeps this up. All right, guys, let me just put myself on mute for a bit here. Just want to answer a couple of emails. Okay, quick. Tupperware, you're right. You know, Tupperware is still pretty strong. flattening out right here on the 5-minute chart. Do you know what? We get some volume and a pop. This could take it moving. It could get it moving again. Yeah, there's a cross, 1418. So there's that 8 EMA crossing below the 20 SMA, but it's close to the whole number reel. I need that vaccine. See, the problem is that it also crossed above it right here on the 5. It crossed above it, and now it's trying to cross below it. Well, look at Tupperware, guys. TUP. So there was actually a cross on the 2-minute chart right at 2833. Wow. Oh, ugly. Look at this one. CLS maybe has room down to 535. Ugly, ugly, ugly chart. Ugly. What is it? It's an earnings play too. October 20, yeah, pre-market released. No real reaction at all. And then all of a sudden, market opens and Celestica. I think that is a Canadian. They changed their name to this Celestica many years ago. I want to say it's an offshoot of IBM, but I may be wrong. That has been, it's been in the works for, it seems like, months with Tiffany. I think this was the on, off, off. And now on again. Yeah, these tech stocks are in front of your Congress or something like that. Hearings this week again. Is that what you're referring to regarding Twitter? going to stick an alert for BVXV just over those two highs right there, around 418, 420-ish. Let me just take a quick look what the high was here, 447. So the high was about 447 2 days ago. Just to try to get a little bounce play going, but it doesn't look good. No, it doesn't look good. Not with that red bar right there. Well, another one. Look at this. This had earnings. Well, no, I'm sorry, did not have earnings yet on the 10th, but all-time low now for CHFS. I know some of you are still following this SRRK, still having a pretty decent day again, $6, 20%. The volume is dwarfed, of course, by yesterday's volume, but no question. I mean, it has good resiliency. Had a public offering. Thank you. Is there a price on it? For the financing for SRRK, is there an actual price or is it still being worked out? Yeah, thank you. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this Vivo. If it takes out 20, boy, what a great looking chart. Now, listen, for all the reasons it did this, they could still be in effect, but it's had a nice rally off. Man, 13. All right, guys. Well, my alerts have definitely dried up now. I'm not getting as nearly as many. Stocks are not making new highs or new lows. Market is kind of stuck a little bit here. We have these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart that might signal that the buyers are going to rest for a bit. Look at these bottoming tails on the 15. You know, the sellers have been trying to knock it down, but the buyers have been closing it higher each candle. So maybe if it can take this out, if it can take 329 out, which I'll put an alert at, that might give us a little bit of a lift. Maybe get some bounce plays working a little bit better. Well, we have one positive sector. Interesting. One positive sector right here. Nail, one of the an ETF for the home builders. Interesting. What's KBH doing? Not KBH, but XHB. It's a little bit negative, but interesting that Nail is the only one. So let's take a look at some builders. KBH. Yeah, interesting. So in our similar sectors, here we are, or this is the similar tab, competitors. So MHO, TMHC, Toll Brothers, PHM, Pulte, all positive, interesting. MTH, is it Meritor or something, or Meritage? And there's the KBH. So there must be some hope on the horizon for the home builders. Today anyway. All right, guys. So the market is now at that little alert right at the high of these candles. So it looks like it's trying Let's just see if we can get a big green candle here. Yeah, that was a crazy stat. I mentioned it in the pre-market, a crazy stat that historically this specific day over the last 70 years has been the best day historically, October 28th. It is 2020, yes. But as somebody said, it's still early. Who knows? Maybe the market will just go on a rip snorting uptrend. Yeah, this ASTC has really been on fire. That was the other one I was just toying with taking in the simulator. I picked this one, APTX. I still have a feeling this APTX, the longer it holds over 3, we might get some interesting action tomorrow. Okay, I mean this is a huge area that it hit not that long ago, 3 or 4 days ago. So keeps holding this over 3, the financing, plus with that director buying $10 million at $3. All right, guys, so I do want to put in the YouTube link for those of you interested in trading your IB account and Brokerage Plus, plus if you have strategies. So Road Dog, I mean, if you definitely go to the YouTube, go to YouTube between 12 and 1. Michael will also be there, absolutely our expert in all that sort of stuff. So you can ask him, okay? So because I take a break here between 12 and 12:30. I say Michael will take over the YouTube feed between 12 and 1. ASTC, yes, look at, and volume is picking up also. Volume picking up. No, I don't, Kenneth. You know, not that there aren't, but I have no idea. Are you talking about the AI or are you talking about their own strategies? Yeah, no, I have no idea. You know, I mean, the issue with creating your own strategies, and you know, Road Dog is talking about he's got a couple or 2 or 3 that are giving him insane returns, etc. The issue with those is that, and I don't know how long he's had these strategies running, but you have to constantly tweak them. Generally speaking, you could create a strategy that works great for a week, then all of a sudden, you know, the following week is, what's happened? You know, and you have to tweak it. It's you know, you really have to love doing this sort of stuff. I don't. Okay, I mean, I didn't mind way back when, but I'm just too busy. I mean, it takes a long time and dedication to, you know, go get into it, the optimization, and so I don't have the time anymore. SLM, all right. I'll be on my break probably, but okay, guys, so I'll be taking my break. Michael usually shows up at about 5:02 into the... Okay, Todd, if you don't have the similar stock to your single stock window, if you don't have this tab, if you don't have the similar tab, that's because you don't have a later version of Trade Ideas, okay? There's nothing to add, it's automatic. So make sure... See if I can find a download link for you. You just have to go to the home page and download a later version. Okay? So, no, I'm sorry. Too much information was there in that one link. Sorry. So on my home, so I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. So if you click on my home page link, and you see where it says download software, click on the download software. Because the similar tab is just automatic. It's not an option to add. Okay, so you can actually click right here. That's the latest production version. Don't think there's a beta. There's a beta if you want. Beta's fine. Okay. The question was, how do I add the similar tab to the single stock window? And it's there's nothing to add. All right, Michael. Okay, guys, I am taking my break now. Michael is in the YouTube feed, so I will stop my streaming, Michael, right now.
Look back to when midnights broke their sleep, awaken our memories of when we would make believe. Collide, colors of the masquerade. Watch as they fall away, faceless under faces made. And weeks went by but felt like hours. Spring would lie in summer showers. In my hair were winter flowers. And weeks went by but felt like hours. Seasons multiplying power that I found in winter flowers. Turn back, I see rivers beyond the light, ancient roads in broken design, angels running through our minds. Look up, your city's built on marble floors, This has only just begun. In the end, time forever favors the young. And we said, this has only just begun. In the end, time forever favors the young.
All right, everyone. If I've done all of this correctly, you guys should be able to hear me now. Let's see here. Testing. Hello. Um, this one. Hello. All right. Something might be up. Microphone. Change. Sounds good. Okay. Very quiet. All right. Let me turn this up a bit. Very quiet. Okay. Just crank this up here. I don't know why it's doing this. Let's make it 20 decibels. Is that better? A little more. 40. Okay. Maybe, maybe not. What if I do this? No. Better. Oh, no, it went back down. Hold on. Sorry about this, guys. Don't know. OBS did an update, and sometimes updates are not fun. Okay. So I think that's kind of the best I can make it. So let's see. I don't know what's going on here, if anyone knows anything about OBS, but I think I made it as high as I can. And let's see. All right, the menu's a little better here. All right, so you may just need to turn up your sound just a little bit. I can see here that when I do this, I'm not getting quite to the yellow. Don't know what happened there. I'll take a look. The virtual machine I'm streaming from, the whole platform went through an update. So Barry just may be a little louder than me when he comes back. So just keep that in mind. Don't get your ears blown out. All right. Again, apologize for that, but it looks like we are all back up and good to go, and everything is a-okay. So again, if you're new here, what we do is we just kind of give Barry a little much needed vacation, time off to get something to eat, and we sit here and answer questions. So, note that, I really don't have too much prepared or anything, I guess is a better way to put it. Don't have anything prepared. So the more questions you ask, the quicker this kind of thing will go. If not, I'm just going to scan around through trades, take care of some of the stuff I normally do at night, a little bit earlier. So just a little bit better. Let's see. Can I crank up this at all? Because it tells me where it should be. And when I streamed, if anyone checked out, I'm doing some streaming on my personal channel for my scanning in the evening, and that went great. There was no problems there. So let's see. I'm hitting the decibel buttons. Plus 26 decibels is the highest the thing will let me go. So let's hopefully it goes from there. It's an interesting day, I think every time I load up Twitter and we're down a little bit, what are we at? What's the actual number? Down 2.5%. Everyone is freaking out and losing their mind, but right, I always like to take a step back. I know a lot of us are day traders and short-term swing traders, and we get really focused on the short-term action. But let's just take a second here and go out to the weekly chart. Time frame, weekly, right? So if we zoom out here, just for a little bit and take soak this in for a minute, and then really, is the okay, that got better. Okay. Right, just take a look at this for a second. I actually left my tea out in the kitchen. I'll be back in a quick second, but really, is it that bad? So also another important thing to note is that the VIX is up a bit, right? But if we look back, here's where the VIX is, right, in comparison to where it was. So, not saying, right, you shouldn't react to this, but what I'm saying is that everyone should, every time there's a big move in the market, one of the big suggestions I give is to sit back, right? To go out to the weekly chart, go out to the monthly chart, zoom out on your daily chart even, and go, okay, is this really this big of a deal, right? When I'm on Twitter, the world's coming to an end. It's just, the VIX is up a little bit, not an insane amount. Right? Look at where we were. Look at where we are. So, and again, obviously, this is super expected, right? Again, I am Canadian. I always like to say this whenever I'm going to talk anything politics related. I don't care who you guys have in your office, right? It doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form. But everybody knew that there was going to be some volatility coming in the election. This is where all of the games are played, and it happens in every country in the world, happens in Canada. As soon as an election gets close, that's when the games start coming out and people start, messing with stimulus bills and oh, look at this, I found this on this guy, and I found this dirt on this guy, and I found this dirt on this guy. So you know that there's going to be this increased volatility. Now, myself, I've been saying this for a while, since we kind of got on here, was since I started getting close to the election, I've been saying I will be in cash. And other than one position that I have left, VIPS, I bought VIPS yesterday, right in this area, took out most of the position up here. Other than that, I'm in cash, right? This is to be expected, what's going on right now. And I think it's going to get crazier. So, last week, I know I had a bit of a back and forth with a gentleman who really, really thought it was important to trade during the election. I said, don't swing trade during, up to, and during and after, right after the election. And that was why. So the comment is, I think COVID is moving this more than the election. There's no way of knowing, right? But again, I think there was a big announcement about some stimulus bill not taking place till after the election. Again, you will see increased volatility as this goes forward, right? It's just gonna happen. So just prepare yourself for that. Let me move this a little bit so you can see a little bit more of my screen there. Right? Know that this volatility is going to happen. It's going to increase. It's going to continue on as things get closer and closer to the election day. And then depending on what happens and what happens after, the so how do you set up an alert window from scratch? So let's do that first. All you have to do is hit new, an alert window, and then double click on where it says start from scratch up here. And everything will be wiped out. And then there you go. You plug in whatever you want to see, whatever is on your written and tested trading plan. Just start plugging that in there. Let's go over to my more trading related screen here. Another question, would I buy right here? Absolutely not, right? I just finished saying I am going to be in cash and I will not be trading overnight until after the election. If there's something inside of you right now saying that you need to always be in a position, understand that is incredibly detrimental for you as a trader. Right? It is insanely, there is no reason that you have to be in positions all the time. There's no mathematical reasons. Most traders will say that most of their money is made on a handful of trades each year on the swing trading side of things. And I'm the same way, right? The whole Pareto principle, the 80-20 principle holds perfectly true with trading. So, if you're saying, oh, I need to take a trade, then it's stop that, right? Find out what in your head that FOMO that you're having is and try to quell that the best you can. Say the president doesn't change the market since 1926. It has always gone up no matter who was president. Again, you're talking long-term investment stuff, and we're traders right here. And again, you don't know why the market's up. You don't know why the market's down. And if you think that's something else I would take a look at, because that's something that the mainstream, the financial media will say, the market was up because of this and the market was down because of this. Again, we will see, and you can go back to my last couple talks, you will see increased volatility going into major events like the election. It's going to happen, right? No one... talk to any trader on the street, they'd say, of course, there's going to be increased volatility coming up to a major event like an election. I'm learning about how to swing trade, what resources that you can have to help. If you're learning to trade, and this is a bit of a shameless plug for me always, the best resource I think there is out there is this one, where I sit down and step by step teach my wife how to trade. We go through technical analysis and short term or fundamental analysis, statistical analysis, whole thing, all on YouTube on that playlist. A free course. I again biased, but I think it teaches it. And then how to swing trade is just you need to come up with a trading plan. If you are opening, any trader who doesn't have a trading plan is gambling, and 99% of traders that don't have a trading plan are going to fail. And then some traders that do have trading plans, unfortunately, will still fail. But if you don't have a plan, then you're just gambling. If you don't have some sort of a trading plan which you can refer to, there's going to be a bad time at some point. So, like anything, if you're going to open up any other kind of business, treat your swing trading like a business. The same things should apply, where you say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. This is, how much time I'm going to give it. This is where I'm going to enter. This is where I'm going to exit. This is where I'm going to, put up. That's, so just treat it like a business, come up with a plan, test that plan, either using Trade Ideas Backtester or even go back through the charts by eye. And then when you're confident that your plan makes sense and you've traded it in paper for a while, then that's when you want to start committing real money, right? So go from the trade building phase to the paper trading phase, and only then to the live trading phase. A lot of people jump that shark where they go from I want to trade kind of thing. Big challenge for me is pre-market scan. Can you go over what Trade Ideas has pre-market? Yeah, we have a whole pre-market channel here. Pre-market. So you can just click on this, and in the pre-market, you're going to see that's everything is. These are the things that are gapping, right? These are the largest gaps of the day, right? Up and down, and then as well as this is a little bit dead now, but if you have this open in the pre-market, it's going to show you things that are hitting pre-market highs and pre-market lows and doing a lot of volume in the pre-market as well. It's a really good resource for looking for what's moving in that pre-market, and that's built in. And then what I would suggest to do is, if you like any of these scanners, but you want to modify them so they're a little bit towards your written trading plan, then you would just configure them and then save them up to the cloud, and then you have them later, right? So for example, if you want it higher than 100,000 shares average daily volume, or say you want it 50,000 shares in the pre-market, you could modify this, and then as soon as you do, you can just save that up to the cloud. So it's a great way to do that. Mick, do you have a trade like an IPO like Roof? Give it some days. Do you get in early? I'm not a big IPO guy. Again, I'm a statistical and I'm a technical analyst, right? By being a statistical and by being a technical analyst, everything that I look for has to have some sort of past data. So, it's the with an IPO, you don't have any of that. You don't have any past data. You don't have any charts to go off of. So the only play you can make is kind of some sort of fundamental bet, right? That's the only thing you can do for IPO trading, right? Is you have to hit some sort of type of bet. So, again, if you have something like that and you've tested it and it has expected positivity, and it's something that you've traded or you've paper traded, right? You've confirmed that you can control risk and it's going to make money hopefully in the long run, then go ahead. I don't have that. So Siggy, yeah, we work on Mac with our web version. The only thing that's lacking from the web version right now is the our AI. So, or not the AI, the Brokerage Plus. So if you want to auto trade through IB, you need a PC version for that. I'm a Mac guy as well. I'm actually running this on a Mac. I run everything through Parallels or Amazon Workspaces. I host all of my trading in the cloud through Amazon Workspaces so that, when I'm done here, I'm going to close the lid of my laptop and, go outside and sit on my deck and do some work. And then while I'm moving and everything is still running up on the cloud. So that's how I do it as a Mac user. And to be honest, if I was a PC user, I think I still would use Amazon Workspaces as well, just to have that. It offloads a lot of that work and everything to there. Um, Same on the iPad. Again, it's not touch friendly. It's meant for a keyboard and mouse, but all iPads have mouse support now, so you could use that as well. Um, so Iris asks, what's the best trading plan for a swing trade? The best trading plan is the trading plan that you've come up with, that you've worked diligently, right? You found a pattern on the chart, a indicator set that you like, something like that, and you've worked diligently to test it, and it makes sense and it builds it to you. There is no best way to trade, right? As soon as that there was a best way for everybody to trade, that would be kind of pushed out of the market as something that's no longer efficient. It's just how the market works. So again, whatever is best for you to trade is your trading setup that makes sense to you and is something that you've built and tested yourself. No shortcuts, unfortunately. If only there was. Now you could do something like take the trading plan we have built in the AI here and say, well, I'm going to focus on these trades and maybe I'm going to look to swing these guys. But you would still have to have, again, if you do not have a written trading plan and you're risking money in the capital markets, you're gambling. And I highly suggest you stop doing that. So again, pause whatever you're doing. Take your time. Won't happen overnight. Come up with a plan. Paper trade it. It's why we built a paper trade in there. Again, Iris, my swing trade is going to be completely different from what it is that you like. So I can give you something. You'll have no idea how to use it, and you'll have no idea how to trade it, right? There is no shortcut. And someone who's just looking for a scan is someone to me who's looking for a shortcut. And unfortunately, everyone that I know who does look for a shortcut has a really bad time when it comes to trading. And I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but you have to do this work yourself, right? You have to. This is a personal journey. So here's a scan that looks for bull flags. If you like bull flags, this might be something that's interesting to you. If bull flags don't work for you, then you're not going to like this, right? But again, I'm imploring you to sit down and take the time and build a trading plan and build a setup and test it, right? Put in the work now, and it makes it way easier later. Can I show you how to create a symbol list for, so all you do is you go up here under tools right here and go symbol lists. And this little box will come up here. You can see I have a few, right? There's a few that are built in, like my liked. But yeah, you can just go and I can say I want to create a new list, and I'll just call this list test. And then if I edit this list, I can just type in whatever I want. So I can type in Apple, Google, Netflix, Tesla, right? You can just add things to lists like this. You can also insert it from a file, and you can save this to a CVS as well. But yeah, so now you have this test list, and if you go into any scan that's out there and just right click on the scan and go to the symbol lists, and you see test right here. And then if it's not right here, then what you need to do is you need to go over here and click on this, and you'll be able to find it in here. And then once you click on that, then that scan will only point to that list. It's something I do all of the time for my trading. It's how I do 90% of my trading now is through symbol lists. Any recommendation on a software for just click on the Iris, just click on the link that I gave you, and a web page will load up that will tell you exactly how to load it step by step with nice little diagrams, right? So if I click on the link that I put in chat right there, right, this page will, let me grab this, put it over. Oh, I gotta drag this in so you can see it, right? If you just click on it, it loads up this site, and it says exactly how to do it, right? You click load from cloud, then you copy this link and you paste it into the bottom and you hit load. It's a really neat page, kind of shows you step by step with nice pictures how to take care of that. Any books I recommend? I actually have, let me find this. Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames by Brian Shannon is a big one. I always recommend that one. I've met Brian a few times. He's a really nice guy, and he's super legitimate as well. Books. And I have this list you guys can have. I should update this. I haven't updated it in a while. But you can go. Can you point out the link? It says trade ideas above you in a big, yellow bolded text, Trade Ideas LLC, and there's a link right next to that. Posted in chat under Trade Ideas LLC and highlighted in yellow. So let me put that in there. That's my little Google Drive that I've got with a book list. I think I have most of them in there. It's a good group of books. I may need to update it. I may have read something since then, but it's a good list of books to check out that I certainly recommend. On both the psychology end and the trading end, again, because the psychology end is the most important part. If it was just picking out patterns and stuff like that, it would be too easy and everybody would do it. The hard part is the psychological aspect, and then also finding out your own personal competencies, right? Are you good with computers? Well, then great. You should probably employ software to help you. If you're not, maybe you're the person that calls up your broker to make the trades, and you find the trades in some other metrics, right? Are you someone like me who's statistically minded? Well, then maybe if like me, where you're statistically minded, well, maybe you want to focus more on that back testing. Are you more of a technical person? Well, maybe something like trading ETFs or something like that might be a better focus. Hey, is there a way to adjust the size and parameters for quick functions on the chart? I'm using IB and Brokerage Plus. Yeah, so these, I think you're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, these buy and sell buttons right here. So they're going to be connected to, on Brokerage Plus, whatever you have selected here as, you see right here where it says set as chart default short strategy and set as chart default long strategy. Whatever you have picked here is going to be what is referenced when you look at these buttons. So you can go in and you can edit these, and you can say check, change your size, change your risk management criteria. You could do all that there, and then just right click and click set as default chart long and set as default chart short from there. So that's how you'll go and modify those. Let me know if I got that right, what you're talking about. Michael, which compare count is running under your SPY chart? This is actually, I'm just on the default Holly Omni AI channel, which is just all three Hollies together. So I think it's just it's just a high-low, just a typical high-low scanner. It's just a little thing that they did on this channel where they put this under that. And I kind of like it. If I see a stream of red coming through here, like I'm seeing, maybe it means that this red bar is going to continue a bit lower. Just a nice little data visualization. So basically, I can apply any filters to the symbol list. That's right. And again, that's how I do a lot of my own trading. Again, if you guys didn't check out my stream, what the hell were you doing? I'll be streaming again Thursday after the close at 4:30 Eastern over at youtube.com/bonpara. That's the YouTube channel. And then the live link is just going to be that /live. And I'll also tweet out on Twitter before going live, so you can check that out as well. But, last night, for example, I went through with everybody and I scanned the market of stocks that I thought would move the next day for potential day or swing trades. And we found Pizza, PZZA, which, again, these guys watched me last night live find this. And I was interested here right at this alert line to buy this stock on the next day if certain criteria occurred. And the robot got me involved right here. And if this was a normal market and there was an election coming, I would probably still be in all of it. But I actually got out most of the position here, and I've got a small little bit of holding that I'm probably going to close by the end of the day, just because. It was not a bull channel. It was just a single window, and I just did it myself, and it certainly worked. So let's try that again there. All right, so all you got to do is you got to click on this link here. And if someone else wants to give it a shot too, just to kind of confirm that it's working, and it's just maybe a little bit of user error, but you just got to click on that link, the one right below your question, and copy that and follow the exact directions that are given. And again, if someone else can just do that, it should just load up a top list for you. Confirm that it's working for people that aren't me, and then we know that it works fine. It's just we got to make sure you follow the direction. Again, Angel, I shared a scan above. I can't share all of my scans. Again, when I hear people say that too, I'm like, well, what's your trading plan? It's not my trading plan. I can guarantee you that. So you should be figuring out how to build trades for your trading plan. So the beauty of it with Pizza here was, let's go to SMA. This was the reason for it, is it was kind of bouncing off this 200 SMA here, right? And it was putting in all these indecision candles down here, and then it got picked up on one of the scans I was looking for, and the plan was to buy it through here. So I, going back to who was its questions with the symbol list. So yeah, that scan works great. You just need to kind of copy and paste that the way the directions are saying there. Esther, yeah, the way Esther was saying is that I added that to a symbol list, and then I basically just added alerts and filters to it saying, hey, buy it if XYZ occurs. And that happened. And it, picked up the shares here. It put out the stop loss, the whole 9 yards. I got out most of it. Again, I would still be trying to hold this for a bigger move, but again, with the election coming up, I'm taking more day trades, more short-term scalps, and trying to be in less positions. Again, VIPS being the only thing that I'm still holding, and basically I'm out. I think it's like 4/5 of the position, so I'm out. A hell of a lot of the position. I'm not holding very much right now. I just, not worth the risk, right? The market will be open after the election, right? There's no reason to push it too hard, and you can always take that time and you can go and work on things like building your trading strategy and building your plan and refining these things. Like I did a video once that no one ever watched because I didn't say how much money I made in it, which is all people want to see. but it was called Treat Trading Like a Sport. And the concept of that video was simply saying that, if you are, if you're a boxer, for example, you're not, you're not spending your whole time boxing, right? You're spending a very small amount of your time actually boxing. You're spending most of your time researching your opponent. You're spending most of your time trying to figure out, watching tape. You're running drills. You're exercising. You're working your body. These type of things. Then you spend a short period of time boxing. And I treat trading the same way, where the actual act of trading should be a very quick thing, right? It should be, I'm going to plug these symbol lists into Brokerage Plus and have them trade it for me, or I'm going to take a trade or two a week or something like that. But the other time you're trading, right? So that's when you're building your trading plan and you're testing these things. So, for anyone who's a new trader, I always suggest watching the market. If say you have 8 hours a day to devote to trading, what's the Abraham Lincoln? Is that an Abraham Lincoln quote? If I had, 10 hours to cut down a tree, I'd spend 8 hours sharpening my axe. I think it's the same concept, where you should spend an hour actually trading and then spend the other 7 hours watching videos, reading books, coming up with trading styles, testing those trading styles, making sure that they're things that make sense and that work for you, and then finding a way to use a system like Trade Ideas to find more of those, because that's the game, right? The game is, what is it that is in my plan that I've spent so much time and energy and long nights and painstaking hours building. Now I need a great software that's going to make sure that I'm seeing those symbols and only those symbols, so that I'm able to focus on that plan, right? And that's what I use Trade Ideas for, is that Trade Ideas saves me as a trader, a couple hours a day, because I have a series of, I've got like 3 or 4 patterns in which I trade. I know what those are. I know how I'm going to trade them. And then all I have to do is use the scanners that I built to find them, to put them in symbol lists, and to trade them the way that I want. What a software doesn't help you with is building that plan, right? And that's where things like mentoring or reading or something like that may be interesting. Okay, so everyone's saying the bull flag scan does work, so that's good. APT is kind of interesting here. We've got earnings November 5th, which puts it after the election. 25% short float. And just kind of riding the 200-day here. Putting in this kind of wedge type pattern. And when I say interesting, I just mean probably interesting either way. Right? Watch it for. And this is what I love our price alert features here for, is I can just go, okay, alert me if it gets down here, I'll be interested. And then also alert me if it gets up here, because I'll be interested. And then I can move on and not look at that one again. You can see some of the ones that I put on the list from last night, like alarm, right? I wanted alarm to break out today. Obviously didn't. And there we go. And we'll delete that. Pizza, right? Pizza, I had it alerted and it was great. That was by far for me the trade of the day. So I'm going to get rid of that. Right, same thing with this EVBG. I wanted it to break out here. It obviously did not. So let's get rid of that too. And then Duncan, good old Duncan. I'm going to leave Duncan on here. My theory on Duncan is I think Trader Stewie, who is another great follow on Twitter if you're not. Okay, Iris, glad you got it. Trader Stewie would call this a power earnings gap. It actually reports earning tomorrow pre-market, according to this. But you can see the massive gap it put on here, and it's holding that very well. So I'm going to leave this one here on a list, and just to see, as long as it kind of stays over this $100 area, I'm basically looking for it to, kind of do this for a while and then push higher. So I just want to leave that on a list that I can reference it quickly for. Does TradeIDs have a good mentoring program? If you go to our website, we do have one-on-ones that you can do. Again, it's more for teaching the software, right? Learning to trade. Again, I don't know if it's you that I point it to. I'll try not to spam this video series too much, but I would check this out. And we have 3 more episodes recorded that are going to be uploaded. I have another one coming out this week. Another 2 left to be recorded, and then that will be the end of the series. And then what we're going to do is do some live streams in which Jess is going to tell me what she's been trading this week. I'm going to put her, Jess being my wife, I'm going to put her on our sim. I'm going to have her swing traded. She still works for a living, so I think it's a perfect example of someone who's new to this, has a job, but wants to do this for additional income. And I'm going to walk her through. She'll place a couple trades. I'll give feedback on what worked and what didn't and what to do better, and we'll kind of push through this. But again, TradeIDs, we give you the software, and we try to give you some tips on how to use it. We try to give you some tips on trades, but we are not. We educate, but we are not an advisor, right? So you have to do some of this work yourself. You absolutely have to, because what you may be interested in trading may be different than from whatever everyone else is interested in trading, and it is a very personal journey. And then there's things like account sizes and risk tolerance and time frames and taxes and all of this other stuff that you got to keep in mind too. So first step is always, what do I want to trade? What do I like to trade? And then kind of go from there and say, okay, this is what I like. Now, how do I find more of that? And that's where TradeIDs really comes in, is how do I find more of it, and how do I have it traded for me so I don't need to look at it? So again, with my pizza example today, I didn't do anything, right? I put this on the list last night. Anyone who was on my live stream, we ended it at 5:30 Eastern. I was done for the night. All right, that was it. Woke up this morning, clicked, okay on Brokerage Plus, and went about my day. I found out only halfway through the day that I was triggered, right? And then I just took my out, and that's done. So that the help and the technology is certainly where we really, really shine. Where it comes, the intricacy of when to enter and when to exit, that's going to be more up to you and your plan. And just checking out something here for some of the guys need some support on something. Where is... Barry got it. I just started. I did one live stream Monday morning, and okay reception, but someone who's just sits back and lets a robot do the entries for them. There's not really a lot of content, I don't think, there. So I did another one last night, and people seem to like that a lot more. So the current plan is I'm going to do Tuesdays and Thursday nights at 4:30 Eastern. So market closes, I'll go get something to eat for supper. I'll come back down. I do my scanning anyway. For trading, I'd say 90% of the work I do for trading is done from 4:30 Eastern to 5:30 Eastern is basically most of the work I do, and the robot kind of handles all the rest of the entries. I check my positions around noon, and see what was triggered and all of that. So yeah, that's the plan. And again, I'm just kind of feeling it out. It's just one of those things. I went on YouTube and I just typed in trading and looked at what was live streaming, and there was thousands of people sitting watching Trade Ideas charts or Trade Ideas scans, and with no commentary, with no advice, with nothing. And then there was thousands of people watching. I'm not going to use names, but people who are obviously scammers. I made $200,000 today in 10 minutes and blah, 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 right? Obviously scamming. And I said, well, crap, right? If there's a market for them, maybe there's a market for, someone who is actually trading, right? Actually trading live real money and is a real person and is okay showing you how I do things, right? I don't want anyone to follow me directly. I'm not a financial advisor. Again, I think anyone who just wants to follow someone's trading directly is doomed for pain. But I want to find people who actually want to learn and help teach them. It's kind of what I like to do. That's what my YouTube channel is kind of all about. Iris asking what time frame am I trading? I use the daily time frame. I use 15 minutes. I use 30 minutes. I would check out that book by Brian Shannon, Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames, because he talks about that, where that you want some sort of trend alignment on multiple time frames. So you might do something like this, where you create a couple charts. Let's do 4. You might have a weekly chart. So we'll do a weekly here, and a daily here, and this would be more like how he would trade. Again, I do focus on the daily chart, and I let the robot handle the kind of intraday stuff, right? And he may do like a 30-minute chart and zoom that out a bit, and then do like an intraday 1-minute chart, and this will be like his entry time frame, right? So he's analyzing, and then it's called a top-down analysis, and it's very, very common for technical analysis people, where they'll start at a large time frame and they'll zoom into a smaller time frame, and then they'll zoom in again to a smaller time frame and zoom in one more time. And if this one looks good, and this one looks good, and this one looks good, and this one looks good, then that's when they'll take a trade. They need this convergence. Same with Barry. You see Barry has multiple time frames on his chart. My YouTube channel, youtube.com/right there. You'll see Barry, I think, has even a monthly chart on it. So he uses all the time frames as well, because he just wants to look at, even as someone who's just solely a day trader like he is, he still wants to make sure that he's trading with the trend and there's nothing in his way, and there's not like a big important moving average or technical level or something that's kind of gonna hit him right in the face when he gets there. So For time frame, I always suggest multiple. My focus for my time frame is usually the daily, and then the 15 or the 30-minute chart on top of that, right? Where I will take I'll take a daily, and that will be the one that I will kind of determine what I'm going to do, and then I'll have a little, call it a little tiny 30-minute chart over somewhere, and that's where I'm going to actually fine tune my entry. But again, the robot does all the intraday work for me, so I don't really need to look at that too much. But something like pizza, right? You might say, okay, well, I want to enter, and I can see that there's some resistance here and here and here and here and here. So this is going to be my level, and I'll get involved on a strong open above that level or something like that. You may zoom in and see technical patterns on that shorter term chart. Again, for me, it's the daily, and then give it to the robot, and the robot will deal with all the anything shorter than that. Just changed my on YouTube the music video I was listening to, and I got that ad for that Mensa verified genius trader, and I crack up every time I see it. So many scammers. What robot am I talking about? It's the Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus bot. So if you have an active premium Trade Ideas member and you're with Interactive Brokers, you can trade through Trade Ideas to that. So I'm not talking about Holly. Holly, you cannot modify, right? Holly is basically a bunch of strategies that myself and some other people at Trade Ideas have built that uses machine learning to filter out what's working at that time. So that's unuser customizable. The it's kind of, for example, it is our trading plan that we're kind of giving to you, that this machine learning is basically taking data and it's trying to learn as it goes. When I talk about the bot, I just mean that if you're trading with Interactive Brokers and you have the premium membership at Trade Ideas, you can have it auto trade any of your strategies. So you can build your own strategy where you can go through and back test that and come up with a strategy that you may want to run hands off, and the system can trade that for you. And I do some of that as well. More so recently, I've been doing a lot of where I pick the symbols that I wanted to trade, and then it will trade for me. So, for example, I will, I'll say something like, hey, I want to trade this stock, but I don't want to trade it if it gapped, and I don't want to trade it in the first 10 minutes of the day. And I only want to trade it when it breaks yesterday's high, and I want that to happen on greater than normal volume. And I can specify all of these things, and I can point that symbol list to it and have that trade it for me. So, for example, with pizza today, added this to a list last night, and I told the system I want to buy this, but only if it breaks yesterday's high, and then only if it doesn't do that in the first opening few minutes, because you get a lot of craziness and whippiness there. And right, I don't want it if it gaps. I don't want it up here. I don't want it down here. I want it to open up in yesterday's range, and I want it to push higher. Which of the people on the stream will tell you it was 15 stocks or 10 or 15 stocks that I picked. This was the only one that met all of those entry parameters. So instead of me watching 10 stocks on the open and trying to grab which ones meet my parameters, I put that parameter into the system, and the system then watches those 15 stocks and says, all right, pizza met it, let's take the trade. Right, it bought the shares, it put my stop loss right here for me, It calculated this risk, right, which for everyone is going to be different, but I always recommend a small percentage of whatever your account is, say 1 or 2% of the value of your account. Normally, what I would be doing is I would be trying to hold this for a multiple day move with this stop in place. But, with an election coming, and I saw this kind of ramp we got in one day, so I exited most of it. And again, I got a tiny little amount that I most likely will be out by the end of the day. Mike C is hungry for pizza. It's Papa John's. I don't think we have Papa John's up here in Canada. I've never seen one. Maybe we just don't have it in my little fishing village. Higher times are built by lower level of time frames. That's right, Ziggy. So everything is obviously with candlesticks is fractal, right? A daily candlestick is a bunch of intraday candlestick. So there is a program language you use. No, there's no program language for this. It's all just using trade ideas, right? It's all just using their graphical user interface. You don't need a program at all to use trade ideas, thankfully, because I'm a stats nerd and a trader, and I don't know how to program. So no programming needed, thankfully. You just need trade ideas, you need interactive brokers, and then you need to learn how to use trade ideas. And that's all there is to her. Yeah, I don't think there's a Papa John's up here. Oh, these ads, man. Jeez, who puts butter on their pizza? That sounds disgusting. Is there a resource to help you set that up? Yeah, let me get the video. So I actually did a video. Oh yeah, we don't consider Quebec part of Canada. They're weird up there. Except poutine. They did give us poutine, so we gotta thank them for that. So, Angel, I would check out that guy right there. It's a video I did on my channel. It's a nice step-by-step walkthrough of how to set everything up. That would be big, right? If best way to go about doing it is to kind of do that step by step. Right? It's like half hour, but it's if you go into the description below, you'll see timestamps of how to cover each one. But if anyone is interested in trading with interactive brokers, or Brokerage Plus, I highly suggest watching that video. Again, I'm biased because I made it, but I think it's a pretty good explanation. I was asked if I want to build an alert window using VWAP for day trading, what percentage should it be from VWAP for a bullish uptrend? Whatever percentage your trading plan. And I know these aren't answers you want, but it all depends on your trading plan, right? Some people would want the stock well below VWAP for a revision to the mean of VWAP. Some people want to buy it as it bounces off VWAP. Some people want it to base near VWAP for a while and move. Some people want it well above VWAP. There is no absolute answer for any of these questions other than what does your trading plan say? And if your answer is I don't have a trading plan, then stop trading, right? Stop everything. Figure out one or two setups. I would start with one setup that is something that makes sense to you, and test it and see if there's a way to, get that test working, and then, right, paper trade it and go from there. Again, there is no answer on how to trade. There is an answer on how to build a trading plan, but how to trade, right? Bounce of the low of VWAP. I don't know what that means, but if you're looking for it to bounce off VWAP, then that percentage distance from VWAP should be, next to nothing, right? Is there a video on how to build a watch list? Well, all you need to do is you need to go through and scan whatever your trading plan says that you want to scan. And then when you like a stock that, something that's on your written and tested trading plan, you just right click on the chart and click create price alert, and then save it. And you can see the price alert showed up right here. And that's your watch list. All right, guys, Barry is back, so I'm going to take off. It was nice chatting with you guys, and I will see you on Wednesday.
All right, okay, I think I'm back in the YouTube feed. All right, guys, what time is it? 12:59. I'll be doing my video pretty soon. Okay, so in the other room, we were talking about APTX. For those of you who are listening to Mike on the YouTube feed, we're talking about APTX. Could be very interesting because you don't know what's going on. The news this morning, I think they did a financing at $3. I think that was announced maybe even yesterday. But what was intriguing to me is that a director picked up $10 million worth at $3. So that was definitely the news this morning. That popped it all the way up here. It fell back, and now it's trying to climb again. So the only issue I've got is 351 is the 200-day moving average. It almost got there this morning. So let's just see what happens for the rest of the day, and maybe tomorrow, maybe if it pops through that 351, then look left. It's got a ton of room on a percentage basis. So that is kind of what we're looking at for APTX as a setup. And we are also talking about ZDGE. That came from my watch list at 306. And it hit 389, 387. What do dogs do? Has it been a dog? Actually, you know what? Keep an eye on dogs. DOGZ. Keep an eye on it. If it gets some volume, most of the volume is right here. Okay? But if this takes out 250 again on volume, look at the room it's got. So, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert probably right around 253. Create a price alert at 253. So two things. If it gets there, great, but it has to get there on volume. I want to see a big volume bar also. Not just a matter of it hitting 253. There is a bit of a cross, but there was a cross down. Now there's a cross up. Mixed signals right now. All right, guys, I am going to do my video now. Now, hopefully this stupid, my tool that I use to put announcements in, it's not going to act up. Oops. Okay. And as always, if you want to subscribe to my videos, all you have to do is just click on my homepage link and where it says watch daily market recap videos. So right there. And usually within about an hour after I complete, it gets sent out. Sometimes it's a little bit later, but they do send out the email later on. All right. I'll see you guys at around 1:25. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I'm not getting very many new alerts that are really exciting to me. I mean, there's some, I'm just kind of, I'm intrigued with the APTX, just to see going forward next couple of weeks even. Just want to see what might transpire. Wow, this market took so 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 1 hour, not huge candles, but nonetheless 1 hour of straight down with the next 15 minutes just started. Just one moment, please. All right, little pop here for CETX. What is it doing here? This is a really cheap one. Yeah, I mean, horrible looking daily again. Sorry, I mean, I click on the alerts and just see what's another terrible looking daily. It was on the SRRK. Grumpy, SRRK. And I think he was talking on a 3-minute chart. Oh, Raytheon, wow. I remember putting that or putting the symbol into the room, RTX. Okay. Man, okay, what is this market going to do? Take a look at the SPY and the big picture SPY again. See what's happening here. Even today, it looked like it tried. It tried right up there, and it's been selling off, off. Getting closer and closer to these levels here. Still have a ways to go, of course, to the bottom of the pandemic. I don't think, that better not happen. We're talking right here, We're talking right there on this chart, the daily chart. We're talking about right here or so. And that's on the monthly chart. Anyway, I'm going to have to pay a little more attention to my bouncers, toppers. This is actually came on my darn toppers list right here. ORI. Right there, ORI at 1221, so it would have been right there. Very, very, very few toppers showing up, of course, because of what the market's doing. But boy, if I get one, I'm shorting it. I don't care. I don't care what the pattern. I'm just going to short it. Well, I don't know really what this. I mean, it's an all-time high. Okay, I don't know if this is an IP. Is this an IPO back here? I don't know. Probably not. But an all-time high. I mean, look at the day it had 3, 4, 5 days ago. Crazy day. 1161. I mean, what happened there? But it's an all-time high. Sporting and athletic goods. Things done at home, I'm going to assume. Outdoor and consumer industries, okay. They seem to be in absolutely everything. But if you're asking me, oh yeah, you should buy, well, you know I'm not going to say that. Somewhat extended on the daily, if you consider that bottoming tail. I wonder what happened there, if that really, really happened. Buy time. That's the best thing you can do. Just buy some time and sit on your hands. Look, I'm not saying there's nothing moving, but you know, the stuff that I look at, you know, the sub $20 stocks, just not seeing a lot of action. I mean, oh, well, one reason, okay, I did have my sound icon turned off, but he's just being grumpy. Yeah, what's this? Just a minute, please. I don't know. It's my new technique now is to pick up the phone and don't say anything. And if nobody says anything, then I just hang up. Okay, look at Lyle here. LYL. Yeah, normally, like the normal response would be hello, hello, is anybody there? Then I would know it's a real person. But otherwise, I just pick it up and listen. It's just a personal preference. I mean, there are all sorts of. It whittles down the number of stocks for me. I mean, my main reason is, obviously stocks under $20, and I'm not saying it can never happen for stocks over 20, but can give the biggest percentage moves. And I'm more into the percentage moves. So I mean, it's just a personal preference. Trying to whittle down the universe of stocks. I've just sort of found that's kind of my sweet spot. But that is certainly not a recommendation. Grumpy's on a roll today. I mean, it's sort of why I'm a little bit focused on this APTX, just to see what could happen. If it can really, gain some traction, clear that clear the 351. Not today, but if it can. I mean, I just love when I see a daily chart that looks like this. There were a lot of people that bought this stock right at the 647. They're not happy because and if they held, now it's down to 430, and then down again, etc. But these things have a way of just bouncing back. I'm not saying it's going to get back up here, but I mean, if I got into this play, at over 350 or so at some point, even let's see, did it do it on volume? Okay, guys, it did it on volume. DOGZ did it on volume, but is it going to sustain? See, I remember I said I was going to put a price alert to see if it could get out of this area. So it did. It is a volume, but I just don't see it moving now. What I want to see in something like this is, the volume pop, and I don't want to see a big topping tail. Now, this is a 2-minute chart, so I mean, it's got maybe a minute and 45 seconds to close, but see, I just don't like that topping tail unless it gets back up to that price really quickly. But sometimes this is an evolution for me. I mean, there was a time where I wouldn't look at anything under. I would look at nothing below $20. I did that for years. Yeah, so this does not look that encouraging. I mean, don't like that topping tail. It has to keep going. I mean, it had the volume come in, but that came in, but I don't know. We're in a little bit of a different market now. I would have said 2-3 months ago, this may have just continued for a while. I'll tell you one thing, it's going to be a fascinating day on Tuesday to trade. Well, guys, AM is now, excuse me, this is one that I actually shorted earlier. AM is actually at its high for the day. It's an average. Remember, Thomas, it's an average over 70 years. Well, 69 years. They'll have today's, and I'm sure it'll still be. But actually, it is interesting. I mean, October 28th, obviously that is that's going to be anywhere from a week, but that's only every 4 years. Be interesting to see what the October 28th was every 4 years. In other words, just before an election. What that average was. Guys, that's APTX. It's starting to move a little bit here. Yes, and CYH is looks like it's trying to. Well, it's at 6, so it's kind of trading on its own. It's not caring too much what the market's doing. But I mean, again, guys, pretty choppy. I mean, look at this move down from 595 down to 544. Man, those are big percentage moves. Hard to take enough shares in something like this and you can't hold on in this move. Not depending how many shares you've got, you just can't hold on. It's too much, in my opinion anyway. It's just too much of a percentage drop. All right, so now this one, again, basing. Where did I get this one as in ZDGE? So it hit 386, so it's kind of basing right here. So if we get same sort of situation as the other one I was talking about, I'm going to stick an alert at 354, just to put the highs around here. See if it pops through that, but again, on volume. But you see, I mean, but I don't have a lot of faith in these pop through volumes today anyway. I mean, that quote unquote should have worked. Okay, so YOLO, the only issue I got with this almost guarantee, so there may be a lot of people in this room who are brand new to trading and, they don't know you at all. Yeah, Coeur d'Alene, well, it used to be Coeur d'Alene, Coeur Mining. So they do have earnings after hours, but, almost guarantee an upside from here. I know you're saying, in my opinion, pretty strong though. I mean, as we speak, the market is not agreeing with you. Now, it doesn't mean that's because there was one yesterday. What was the one? The CYH? Yeah, so CYH, I mean, you're right. I mean, this they released after hours also, but this was the reaction before they released. Yeah, they released, and look what happened today. I mean, so it could happen. Obviously, CDE, it could happen. But, anybody new in the room, just, and this is no disrespect to you, YOLO, but, just be careful. Just because somebody makes a comment like that, go, wow, this guy sounds like he really knows what he's talking about. I'm piling into this. Yeah, almost guaranteed. So I mean, you know, you did couch it in your phraseology was okay, but just want to make sure people understand that you know you read a post like that and it seems like almost a guarantee. Now let me ask you this: do you own it right now? So you are in it. What price? What price are you in CDE? And we'll remember this for tomorrow. And then if you do the same thing and it works, I'll put everything in. But where are you in CDE? I don't see. I don't see the price you're in. So I put my money where my mouth is on that one. So what price are you in? Or are you going to wait till the like 2 minutes before the close and then buy it? As I say, this whole number can be really tough to get through. Ahem. So there's the CYH. It just does not want. I mean, it's just a number. It's just a number. But I'm telling you guys, I know Real doesn't agree with me, but you know, I see it too many times that stocks can just struggle a little bit to get through a whole number. I mean, what's the difference between 5.99 and 6? I know it's a penny, but you know, nothing on the chart. Nothing on the chart. Not like there's a lot of stuff. It's self-fulfilling. Exactly, it is self-fulfilling. For me, well, I didn't control CYH. Look what it did. It got right to 6 and stopped. Now it doesn't mean it's going to stop forever. I just you know, but that's why I like to have them break a little bit and then get in. You're calling it? All right. I don't think you want to be adopted by Buffett. Isn't he the one who doesn't give his kids anything? Or was that Sam Walton? I can't remember. One of those guys. It was Buffett? Okay. Well, listen, we might as well have a little bit of fun. Yeah, I'll see you over 6. Sure. I'll put an alert. Oops. Okay, then maybe it is. There was one of those guys who said, how much you're giving your kids and nothing. They got to earn. They got to earn it. Okay. Now, nothing could be relative. Maybe they're getting, out of his billions, he throws them a million. Not bad in our books, but well, guys, I am just. There you go. I knew somebody would come up with an inheritance. So while and how old is he? My gosh, is he in his 90s by now? He's been around forever. All right. HTBX, little information from Zach. Hence the little pop here, little tweet, a tweet pop, a tweet pop, a tweet drop. All right, well, I just had to check. He is actually 90 years old. A little over 90 years old. You. Yeah, Buffett. Yes, Buffett. All right, guys. A little levity in the room today. I'm just not getting any alerts. Well, you're in the right room, Stewie. It's just, a tough day. All right. I mean, you're in the right room. We certainly are talking about. Now, when you say an alert, I am the moderator of the room. It's not like I'm going to say, okay, Stewie, buy this stock right here and sell it right here. But we talk about, most of the stocks that we talk about are moving heavily. They've got the volume, they've got the relative volume. It depends on the price range you're looking at, but I think you're in the right room. It's just, we're in a market right now where, it's people don't really want to buy anything. They're afraid of buying anything. They're shorting pops right now. Not every single stock. Yeah, okay, you can take a look at this one, I guess. You're talking about on a long or a short? Oh, best trending highs, I see, okay. Interesting. The relative volume is not, it's okay, 1.2, but it's not like it's crazy. I, I'm, I hate to say it, I'm sort of falling in love with this APTX. I want to see what it does over the next few days. Just looking at this void, looking left. Oh, I see. Sure, they're more gentle. Yeah, because the relative volumes are not high. Those ones you're talking about. Well, the interesting thing to me is in my bouncers toppers, I'm getting really nothing in the toppers. I mean, this is the last one. Ori, right up there would have been a okay short here. But a lot of times my toppers will show those stocks that are trending because that is what they're supposed to be doing. Now the other thing is, yeah, I mean I have a $20 max on this, so that's why a Dr. NA, but a Dr. NA not necessarily would have shown up anyway. WEI, okay, let's take a look at WEI. Somebody mentioned it earlier. Yeah, I had a interesting day yesterday, but it got sold off, got down up to 3 and back down to. I mean, these are big percentage drops. That's what I don't like, these big topping tails. But let's see if it can maintain, close near the high today at least. So I would say a cross down is around, well, it's touching it right now. So that 8 EMA, if it crossed, it might be around 1570. Whoops. Well, it didn't cross. Yeah, you're right though. Nothing will show up for me because most of my scans have a relative volume of at least 3. So probably none of these will be showing up. Okay, couple of things. Trading platform, I use Interactive Brokers. A second, I'm in Canada, so I'm not affected by the PDT. But let's put it this way, I wouldn't be affected by the PDT. But I'm in Canada, so we Canadians are not affected by your PDT rules. Yeah, I don't auto trade the AI, okay? But I can show you how to do it. but I don't auto trade the AI. To be honest, I don't recommend it. I mean, if you want, the only thing we really say is, okay, if you're bound and determined, maybe you can auto trade the entries, but I would be managing the exits on my own. I mean, there are very few AI alerts today. So what exactly are you looking for? I mean, this is how you would do it. You know, you would take the strategies that you want to auto trade. You would turn. So if I wanted to, you know, I would highlight a strategy and just turn it on, enable it. Okay, and that's it. I mean, that's basically it. There's nothing more to it. And then you can, of course, it's a long strategy, so you can edit the long strategy, and you know, basically just, you know, based on a stop loss, $100. I mean, it's up to you to do this. The best thing you could do is to watch this video. This is a great video. It covers virtually everything. Absolutely. Auto trading your own strategies is available. Yes, all you would do, again, if you watch that video, it's going to explain exactly how you do it. So here are some strategies here. Okay, you would just turn them on. You know, you literally just turn the strategy on that you want to auto trade, and edit the trading strategy, and you just fill out as much information as you want for the entry time, the order details, risk management, hold time, all of that. But that video covers everything. Now you do need, if you want to auto trade, you need our premium service. Why is the SPY showing 388 high of day, but you're not seeing it on the smaller time frames? Let's see. This could be a bad print or something. I don't know. I know what you're saying now. You're looking at this, and why isn't 338 somewhere up here? Yeah, I don't know. Because there's the market open at 9:30. And yeah, it's not up there. So it might be, maybe it's some kind of a bad print. It might be looking at this. There's 8:45, and I don't know why it would be though, because this is just, you know, market hours for the daily. I don't have an explanation for that. This is, I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. How about others who are using well, let me just see here, see if I can find something. Other charting programs, you have an intraday high of 338. Oh, well, you've come to the right. I can give you a link. You're going to be happy, Ethan. All right, so I just popped this in, the next test drive sign up. The next test drive actually starts in a couple of weeks, November the 9th. It'll run to November the 9th to the 20th, 2 full trading weeks. So if you fill that out, the next test drive sign up, you'll get an email fairly soon. I would think maybe, certainly by next week, on how to sign up for it, okay? The actual mechanism of, you know, you pay us $8.99. And then you'll be in starting November the 20th. November the 9th. Okay? No, it's no for the first month of a subscription. So the discount is 15% for the first month only, or the entire year. So if I go to subscriptions and I click on my home page, yeah, so here's the promo code, 15% off the first month or the entire year. Do you have a subscription right now? Yeah, okay. So I mean, if you wanted our premium service, it'd be 228 less the 15%. Okay, for the it's just month to month. It's not a contract. Now, if you do want to wait, if you can wait till the 9th, then you can have us have 2 weeks for $8.99 if you want to wait till the 9th. So I mean, yeah. So it'll be a week Monday. No, okay, so you get 15% if you take out a subscription, you get 15% off the first month only. Okay? So for instance, I'll go to my subscription link, click on my home page again. All right, so get trade ideas. Let's say I wanted to go monthly. All right, purchase. And I've just typed in my promo code, Barry for Alpha. Let's show you exactly what would happen. Whoops, let's spell it right. Presto. Okay, so that's only for the first month. So it costs you $100 for standard. You work out the math, 228 less 15% for the premium, which sounds what you want because you want to be able to do some back testing. Or again, if you can wait less than 2 weeks, okay, it will only cost you $8.99 for 2 full weeks using our premium service. You can back test to your heart's content. Or is it heart's delight? I don't know. One of them. All right, guys. Well, I was a little bit wrong on this one. This is rebounded now. MGEN. What was the news? An acquisition. Lots of action in the pre-market. Got all the way up to $1.40 odd. Market opens and then it fell way under $1. I thought that was it, but it is coming back. MGEN. Yeah, just as if you were a premium service. A premium subscriber, as long as you're using our app, not the web-based version, okay? The web-based version doesn't have Brokerage Plus, okay, and all that. So it has to be the app to get all the features. I have no idea. Stephanie, I don't know Vantage Point at all. So I'm sorry, I just cannot. I don't know if there's anybody in the room that has had Vantage Point. I'm familiar with. I mean, I'm familiar with it in that I've seen the name, but I honestly don't know what it does. Okay, Ogon, as long as you say that Trade Ideas is better, I'll allow you to keep posting. How many zeros is that? One. Okay. You didn't have to do that many zeros, but so that is an unbiased opinion, Stephanie. Okay. Wow, 15K for what? Oh, it's sort of over the months and months and months. Yeah, I don't know what it. I've seen it, but I. Well, we're okay. These are not people who work for Trade Ideas, Stephanie. Okay, so you know. You know what, guys? Tupperware, and it looks like it reminds me a little bit of Hog yesterday. You know, Hog was really strong most of the day, and then by the end, I mean, I'm too late now, but Hog eventually, had a nice fade towards the end. Yeah, not many of our customers are into the back testing, but you obviously would like to try it. It's it takes time. Because there's always it's like constant tweaking. But listen, a lot of people love it. If you're that sort of a person that really likes to dig into a strategy and try to find a way to optimize it within reason. You can't have, well, look at this. Over 3 months, I had 3 that worked, all giving me like 300% returns. Okay, I mean, you have to have a big enough sample size, obviously. I'm sure you guys have heard about opening range breaks. In fact, I don't even think we have the opening range breaks on anymore. And the theory being that if a stock breaks and pick a range, 15-minute opening range, 30-minute opening range, that should be really, really a solid strategy. And I tried. I said, okay, we have an alert that will alert you when the stock breaks its 30-minute opening range or its 15-minute opening range. And, I put in, a minimum volume, I put in relative volume, I put in, okay, it has to be up a certain, I could never optimize it. Never, 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 never optimize it. So that it would, give me any sort of results that I was comfortable with. Of course, you look at individual ones. Oh, look at this one. But that's not, of course, that's not the whole idea of. You can't just cherry pick. Is that right? Okay, real. Well, Well, guys, they're just kind of cruising into this close here. I mean, if nothing, the market is just kind of flattening out now. It's not wanting to go up, not wanting to go down. Just kind of flattening out. I'm not seeing, I mean, this MGen is on a mission. That's my new term, on a mission for sure. Making new highs. There's the pre-market high. So that has come out of nowhere, really. You know, I would think that most people would have thought once it broke down through $1 again. But I mean, it's up 151%. They're doing some kind of an acquisition. And you know, it's not even that low a float, 50 million in the float. So it's not a super low float stock. You know, AM is doing the creepy thing here, the creepy crawling, just kind of getting up. This is one I shorted earlier in the day, and now it is just trying to recover penny by penny. I mean, it's still down 27 cents. Well, if you do want to subscribe, now, Stephanie, just so you know, we are having this, what we call our test drive. I don't know if you're aware. We're having our test drive that starts within 2 weeks on November the 9th, which runs through November the 20th. And that'll give you access to our full premium service for 2 trading weeks, November 9th to November 20th. It'll cost you $8.99. So, you know, you might want to wait. And all you have to do is the test drive link right there, sign up, fill out the form, and then once we have the absolute details, I mean, I know it's going to start on the 9th, but there'll be a sign-up procedure. So if you fill out the form, you'll get an email with the sign-up procedure. It won't be today, but it'll certainly be, I can't imagine it'll be, you might get it end of the week. What are we, Wednesday? Certainly by next week, though. Okay? It's probably the best thing to do. Then there's no pressure. $8, and if you can afford $8.99, then there's no pressure. And we don't put you into a subscription afterwards. You know, it'll be up to you. We'll have a nice promo code afterwards if you do want to take out a subscription, but you don't have to worry. We don't get your email, and because you just don't worry. I mean, seriously, that is a question a lot of people ask. Are you going to put me into a subscription once the test drive is over? And there's nothing for you to do. Once it's over, it's over. If you don't unsubscribe. Once it's over, it's over. The only reason we really have to charge the $8.99, we'd love to do it for free, but the exchange, they don't care. They don't care that we're doing a test drive. They want their money because we pay for their data, of course. And I have no idea. Landbeat, just a second. I will put this. This is somebody from the YouTube feed. Okay, there is the test drive link right underneath where you posted. Okay. I have no idea how many people are going to sign up, but we had a huge record last time. We had over 4,000 people signing up for it. So no idea how many we're going to get this time. And what we do for the test drive, I mean, this room is like this all the time. I will probably spend a lot more time, explaining the program and all. But we do have ongoing support. I think we have probably be using the YouTube for 3 hours a day just for Q&As. Our YouTube feed. And so lots and lots of support. Yeah. It'll be your 2 weeks off reel. No, you'll be in. I know you'll be in here. Even if you just pop in to say hello. You said that once and you did show up. It actually isn't as bad, bad. Because we've got all the other support ongoing, it's not as much pressure on me as the first couple of test drives where we had no other support and it was really just me. And, in those days we had, 700 people in the room coming in. And so I was inundated. But now that we have the support spread out, it's not as many questions. Plus, Plus what? Oh, plus we've got the 20 lessons in 20 days, which I think are really good. I mean, most of the questions that were coming in were just very basic stuff, like how do I create a top list? How do I create an alert window? Just very, very, very basic things. Exactly, Torps. Well, understand, Stephanie, that we don't teach trading, okay? This is a scanner, and so we're not teaching trading as such. Now, if you're in the room, long enough, you'll kind of see when I'm looking at something, you'll see, okay, I see what he's looking at, and Real put something in. I see what and other traders in the room. You can kind of see what we're looking at, what we're looking for, but this is not. We're not teaching trading as such. GSX, yeah, I remember those. China education, right? Yeah. So what was that? That was a few days ago, obviously. Well, CYH definitely struggled to get through 6, and we'll see what happens tomorrow, though. I mean, it's an earnings play. We could have a second day continuation on earnings if it takes out that 6, and then we look left, and it has a shot to that 750 mark based on the monthly chart. Call me crazy, but APTX, if depending how it closes, I may take some and just kind of hold it for a while. It's a cheap stock. I may just hold it, depending how it closes. I'm still a little not worried, but that 200-day moving average is still above it. But so that would be breaking kind of one of my rules for swing trading. But I wouldn't. It's not not like I'm going to take 10,000 shares of it or anything like that. But it just intrigues me what's going on with it. TELUS. You guys in Canada, TELUS. This is my internet, my provider. Interesting. What's happening here? It doesn't say that it's earnings. That's a big drop for TELUS. I mean, I see some news on it, but I mean, it's not. Yeah, boy, that's a big drop for TELUS. I mean, a big, 1.2 billion in the float. That is a big, big, big drop. Well, for me to take this, it would have to stay in this area here. Again, it's not ideal. I'm going to tell you right off the bat because of that 200-day. Okay, so this is just news driven right now, thinking that 3 would hold it. I would never let it go below 3. If I can help it. Yeah, so I don't pay attention to earnings at all, and analysts and everybody talking about different earnings plays, and so I really I don't know. I mean, earnings are November 18th, so it's 3 weeks away. So I have no idea if it'll come back. I never hold through earnings. I don't buy anything based on what I might be hearing about earnings. We the only way we sort of play earnings is once it's happened, the day of. So here's an earnings. I'm just showing you this one. I mean, so it's had earnings. So for instance, we said CYH, right? CYH. So it had earnings um, released after hours yesterday. Nice move after hours. Nice move pre-market. So not that this is ideal, but this could be like a second day continuation of earnings tomorrow. Depending what the market does, of course, maybe. Though this is really, I mean, this is trading on its own. I mean, it's not caring too much about what the market is doing. So that's how I play earnings. I'll play earnings the day of and then look for continuations. But I don't try to anticipate ahead of time, ever. Look at all the people that are anticipating ahead of time yesterday on CYH. Look at this. So this was the daily candle yesterday, closed right at the very, very low. And these, people knew that they were going to release earnings after hours. So all these people, the market was wrong. And I'll bet, they can't have good earnings, this and that, but look what happened. So I just don't, for me, it's just too much of a gamble. Can I leave at 2:30? All right. I only have another 11 minutes. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, Real. It'll be fascinating to see if we finally get maybe an update. See, my problem having days like this is that, I'm sort of getting more accustomed to shorting tops, playing momentum plays, and then also shorting tops. Well, you're not getting too many tops on a day like today. I'm not saying you won't get any, but not going to get too many stocks that are running high and topping out so you can short them. Not on a day like today. So I basically just sit on my hands and say, okay. I don't know. Why don't you send? I'm sort of tired of sending this to The powers that be, why don't you send and put a real nasty letter in. info@trade-ideas.com. I don't know, our provider is... I'm going to make sure of that. So I just have to make sure that this is the true release and not just a preliminary. But at any rate, seriously, coming from our customers, it's more powerful than my nagging at them, okay? Yeah, it's being talked about in terms of longer backtesting times, but it's been talked about for a long time. So I don't want to make... It is something that they are looking at. But certainly, I cannot say it'll be this year or next year or within the next 10 years. No, so well, again, info at trade hyphen it's better coming from you guys. I know it sounds crazy, but I mean the other one that people want is our data to start earlier. You know, we start getting our data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. Now, not every broker, I mean, interactive brokers, I mean, I think they start at 4. Not every broker is like that, but, you know, we probably should have earlier data, but, you know, all we just ask and they know about it. You know, it's not just flipping a switch. If it were just flipping a switch, then, you know, it'd be done. I think they start getting their data at 4 in the morning Eastern time. Can you change the 100K in simulate? Not to what? Why would you want to change it, Omni? I'm just answering somebody in the YouTube feed. You can't. No. Now down the road, maybe there'll be an option so you can put it in. But why do you want to change it? If it's because you want to make it more like your own account, then, you know, what I've said before is that, well, then pretend it is. You know, I mean, if you have $10,000 in your account, then you're not going to take 20,000 shares of a $5 stock, even though you, in theory, could with the amount that you've got in there. I don't know about IPOB. I mean, this was my little, for me, my swing trade sensation that I was able to, I traded in and out of it a few times, but I was able to kind of, for me, swing trade this one. I don't know. I mean, there's a little move here out of consolidation, but I just think, you know, swing trading right now, it's a true hit or miss proposition. All right, guys, I just want to go over this one more time. This is today is Wednesday, so this is my long day, as I always say, because this is the day that I do help out on the webinar at 5 o'clock. Energy transfer? Well, I mean, it's an energy stock. That's energy transfer, right? Energy stock. I Man, I mean, I don't know. I mean, energy is not not in favor right now, so I don't know what to tell you. What price did you buy it? I mean, it's I mean, I don't know what to say to you. I will never make a recommendation anyway. I'm not allowed to. I'm not a financial advisor, but I mean, right now you're in a sector that is in not in great favor. Okay, so this is what we always say, and we don't talk about how many shares we bought and how much money we make. But right now, you're down to about $2,000. Okay, so I have no idea the size of your account. All right, but when you get into a trade, what did you have a stop in mind? Where you would, if it didn't work, where were you going to get out? Welcome, Effigy. Have you taken a look at this? The 20 short lessons. It'll cover a lot of the basic features of trade ideas, top lists, how to create them, alert windows, things like that. So again, Ethan, did you have a stop? Do you know what I mean by a stop? Yeah, so listen, when you signed up, I know you probably got inundated with well, not inundated, but maybe the welcome email. They tell me that link is there. Um, but I see a lot of people who are not necessarily aware of it. Because there's probably a lot of links in the sort of the introductory email. I'd like to make it way easier to find. Make sure people put a big box around it. Make sure you absolutely know, because it is the basics. Okay, Ethan, so you get into it mainly for the dividend, but again, what if it went to 10 cents? Okay? Even if you're in it for the long term, the so-called long term, I mean, what if it went down to $4 and it sat there for 3 years? All we're trying to say is that no matter what you're in a trade for, you have to have a time where you're going to get out when the trade moves against you, and you just move on. Yeah, and they're very. I mean, they're simple. They're just text based. It's not even video. So let's just take a look at them. So literally, download trade ideas. What's the channel bar? How to track your favorite stocks. Top list windows, alert windows, multi-strategy, customizing charts. What's the single stock window? I mean, it really, really goes into it. But they're very, very quick. I mean, it's all text-based. It's also good if you don't have trade ideas and you're thinking about it. You can at least see what are some of our very basic features that we have to offer. Well, it's all text. Well, we have a browser, okay? So, well, no, okay. I'm trying to figure out your. I mean, that is a. Hmm. Well, if you click on that link within your phone, I mean, you should see it, right? I don't. I've never thought about it through a phone. You just copy and paste that link into your phone, into a browser in your phone. Should be able to see it. Yeah, I mean, one of the things. All right, but if you save the link, just save the link, and you can click on the link at any time. Save the link. I mean, it's up here. I mean, it's in a right there. You just all you have to do is save the link in your browser, and I mean, there it's just a tab now. I would just save the link, and you can watch it anytime. Is that clear? Okay. So what I was going to say when you do click on my link, too many links open. Just a second. Just a minute. Yeah, we're here to help. I mean, it sounds corny, but yeah, nobody wants to see anybody lose money. So when I say, we don't teach trading in here, the only thing I try to drum in is money management. And, if you have a stop, not every trade you're going to get into is going to work, which is okay. I mean, it's just the way it is. But you have to get out at some point with a manageable loss. So if you click on my homepage link, again, there's the subscription link. You click on Get Trade Ideas. This is the trade of the week. It'll be sent to you. If you click on here, you can sign up for it. This is all free. Sent to you before the market opens, usually about 30 to 45 minutes Monday morning, one trade. I do a daily recap. Click on it here. These are the daily webinars, etc. This is where the 20 lessons in 20 days is also. Daily support sessions from 12 to 1 in our YouTube feed. There's the free trading room where you're in it. Daily webinars. This is the one I help out on. So we have them Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And so you can sign up for them all there. Today's is with Dan and Brad, a couple of the co-founders of Trade Ideas. So I help out. And educational videos, and also some ebooks. So that is all in my link, Barry's homepage, okay? Is it ever? My goodness, look at this one move over $40 now, SRRK. What a move, 30 like a 2-minute chart. Look at this move. Look at the volume that came in also. I mean, there's huge volume coming in. I mean, this candle right here in the 15 minute, so it still has 8 minutes to close. This could turn into the biggest candle of the day on the 15-minute chart. Easily. You know, that's yesterday. I think right at the end. But look at this look at this thing grow. Now, the other thing, if you're new to trading, I should go over this much more, I suppose. But if you're new to trading, we have a simulator here, all right? And so before you commit money to the market, you can practice trading. And it's using our real-time data. And you don't have access, well, I'm in a development version, so that's why it is showing up here, Brokerage Plus, live and simulation. But if you have trade ideas right now and you're wondering about a simulator, just click on New from the toolbar and Brokerage Plus. And then this window will pop up, and then you just connect. Now, again, this is a version that I'm 100%, well, I shouldn't say 100%, but really, really sure that it'll be available for the test drive. So people won't have to, find out, well, how do I use a simulator? They just click on simulation and that's it. This is what'll load. And then you just practice trading. Click on an alert. Symbol shows up, pick how many shares, pick the price you want to go in at. If you want to sell it, shorting it. If you want to go long, you buy it. These are some hotkeys. Gets you out of a position. Flatten gets you out of everything. This gets you out of half, or this doubles it. These are just some hotkeys. Of course, you can just, if you want, you can just do it right here. You want to sell, or you want to sell 150 or 100 shares. So it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what broker you're using. And you can also use this for swing trading. If you don't close a position out at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. And you start off with $100,000 in the account. And as I have said, though, I mean, if you have only 10,000 in your account or 5,000 or whatever that number is, treat the simulator. Don't play with it. In other words, don't take 20,000 shares of a $5 stock because you've got $100,000 in the simulated account. Wow, this MGen making new high after new high now. Well, there is a pre-market high, $1.44. That'll be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. I mean, I'm quite stunned is maybe too powerful a word, but I mean, once it broke down through one, and not just 99 cents, 98 cents. I mean, it got all the way down to 82 cents, and then it just shot up again. And you can do interesting things. I'm going to just show you how you can take the trade. So if I wanted to take the trade with, say, AM right now. So if I wanted to take 300 shares, I want to buy it right at the market. Spread's only a penny, so I'm going to buy 300 shares right at the market. So it took it at 609. And if I wanted to put a really tight stop on it, say $6, add the stop order, 6. That's very, very tight, of course. And you see how it shows up right on the chart? So if it went down to $6, it'll take me out for a $25 loss. I can put in a target if I want. Let's put in a nice aggressive $6.50 target, $6.50 target. And you'll see on the chart, you see how that line is up here. So if I just let this thing run automatically, it'll take me out at $6 for a $25 loss. And if it goes up to $6.50, it'll take me out for a $125 gain. Now you can move these lines once, you can move them anywhere you want. Typically, I suggest that maybe you use this like a trailing stop. So if the trade starts working well, start moving this stop line up, putting it in areas in the chart where there might be some support. So you would put it just underneath that support area because that's probably where you should be out of the trade if it breaks some support. Same thing on the target. If it starts approaching the target, but the trade is still looking good, I would be moving my target up. Now, you don't have to do it that way at all on the chart. Once you're in the trade, of course, if I want to trade out half the shares or 100 shares, I would just put 100 in here, and I would just sell. Or if I want to get out of the trade right now, I would just flatten the trade. I'm just going to flatten it. So I flatten it, for basically no gain. I could have got at it. So these are just hotkeys that you can use. So again, you can really practice trading before you commit money to the market. I don't want to say you're crazy if you've never traded before and you're going to commit money to the market, but you're crazy. That I don't know. I could not tell you if it's available on most trading platforms. Probably within most brokerage. Okay, I mean, I think but I don't know. I don't know. I've never tried it in my interactive brokers. We do have a news window right up here, but if you're looking for like the so-called breaking news that people like Benzinga and all charge $100, $150 a month for, it's not exactly that, but it definitely though it gives you news. I mean, I use it in the pre-market all the time. When I'm doing my pre-market work, I'm seeing stocks moving, I always check the news to see, well, is there news based? Is that why the stock is moving? Most of the time right now we're in earnings season, so I'm going to be able to see the earnings date, and I'm going to be able to see that if a stock is moving, I'm always glancing to see, oh, it's earnings. That's why it's moving. Yeah, one of the things about the simulator, or putting the lines on the chart, let's do it again. I'm going to buy 300 shares again. Okay, I'll put my stop again at 6. I know I go over this a lot, but there's still a lot of new traders and people come in and out of the room all day long. So if you are a person who cannot obey your stops, okay, you have all the best intentions in the world that you put a stop in. You've heard me, you've heard other people say you must have a stop, you must have a stop, you must have a stop. So you say, okay, yeah, they're right, okay, and you put the stop in at 6, right there. And it starts moving down. Says, you know what? It's just too tight. Let me move it down. Or I'm not going to obey it. Well, if you put your stop in and you allow yourself to get stopped out for your manageable loss, and practice trading, allow yourself to be taken out of trades, for a loss, to see how that feels, how it works. And you'll never be allowed to second guess yourself then. Probably the biggest problem. We've all done it. No, not E-Trade or TD Ameritrade. I want to say yet. But if I say yet, then your next question is when? I don't know. You can see that we've got them up here. So we are working on it. There's E-Trade and there's TD Ameritrade. We are working on it. I just cannot tell you when. So I will be shutting the room down at 3 p.m. I'll always stay a little later if there are questions. But certainly if you have some questions, ask them now. Yeah, we don't have stock picks for the day, okay? We talk about, ideas, but I'm not going to, it's not that you're going to see a list, okay, here are the ones that you should be trading today. I only took I took a couple of trades this morning. You can see them up here. I mean, no, I wasn't very active today. Now, yeah, let's, as Ethan is talking, we link, first and foremost, TradeIt is a scanner. Okay, it's a scanner. You can create your own trading setups, or not trading, but your alert setups, how you want to be alerted. I only want to see, like for instance here, basic new highs and lows. So this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 4. What that means is trading at least 4 times as normal. Minimum volume of 400,000 shares. It's up at least 4% or down 4%. Okay, these are the filters that I'm using. So if these filters are satisfied and the stock makes a new high or a new low, I will get a real-time alert. That's just something I have set up. You can do the same thing. You can set up your own scenarios. Okay, so first and foremost, that's what we are, a scanner. Now, we do link with many brokerage platforms. We have what we call an external linking tool, and we link with many platforms so that, and linking only means this. If I click on a symbol, it'll load into your order entry on your brokerage platform, and then you trade from within your brokerage platform, okay? So why is that even necessary? Well, if you're clicking on alerts all day long like I am, it's just a big time saver. Okay, it's just a time saver, so I don't have to, I see a symbol, I don't have to type the symbol into my order entry. I just click on it, and it immediately goes in there, and now I can trade it from within my brokerage platform. The only thing here is that if you happen to have an interactive broker's account, then you can use this Brokerage Plus window and actually trade from within here. That's all. But I don't want to give people the impression that unless you have an interactive broker's account, or you must use Brokerage Plus in order to use Trade Ideas, nothing could be further from the truth. And yes, you can link eSignal and TD Ameritrade using our linking tool. That late, John? 3 p.m.? Oh, Eastern time. So that's, okay, yeah. That's 12 my time. Yeah, because what are they, about 7 to 8 hours ahead from West Coast time? 8 p.m. their time, that makes sense. Yeah, you can link E-Trade, yes. the tool, I mean, it's fairly simple. I mean, you know, click on tool, external linking, and then you add a link, and then you just follow the rules. You just says, while keeping this window open, mouse over the target window, etc. Okay, and you should be able to establish a link. And if you have any issues whatsoever, you know, I would send you to our homepage, and somebody can give you, I guess, what's called the script of what you're exactly supposed to do. So, I mean, because some platforms like TDA, there's a couple of little tricks that you have to do, I guess. But the bottom line is, yes, I mean, definitely you can link with E-Trade. So this one just got halted, NVUS. Very little volume, it just got halted though, NVUS. Doesn't trade very much. Look at this horrible 15-minute chart. All right, guys, are there any other questions? You know, Tupperware could be really interesting going forward. I mean, obviously, in the face of what the market was doing, up 33%, you know, name brand awareness, of course, Tupperware. It took out a area that I thought it might struggle, but it not at all. Right there, it got through that like nothing. And looking left, let me expand this monthly chart just a little bit here. So looking left, what are we at now? 28.58. So looking left, 30.38, 31.66. So we've got some areas right there. I mean, if it can keep going, I mean, then you've got a shot to 40. So I mean, could be a classic second day, third day, who knows, continuation off earnings play. I mean, it's had a tremendous, you know, I mean, this was a $1.50 stock. How many months ago? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, half a year ago. This was a dollar low of $1.26. Amazing. That's like a 20 bagger. Okay, Ethan, come on back. We're here every day, 9 o'clock Eastern. There must be something about the Tupperware model that I'm not familiar with. Obviously, you know, they can't be doing their. I mean, must be mainly online now or something, because, you know, the Tupperware parties. I mean, I didn't think they were really, even before the pandemic. Let's take a look at a monthly chart here. But look, no, I'm wrong. I mean, this was a strong stock. I mean, this stock got up to $100. This is back in 2000. Well, okay, let's take a look at this. 2013. Yeah, they're eating at home, but 2013. And here's 2017. So from 2017, you know, this was just, who cares? But maybe you're right. I mean, but it's obviously not the parties. It's just, you know, Tupperware's got a very strong brand awareness anyway. Are you kidding, JKK or GKK? Are you kidding? Okay. I think I inherited some Tupperware. I mean, they've been around for a long time. All right, so GKK was not spoofing us. All right, everybody. Are there any other questions? It might be VJ. LEOs, low Earth orbits, yes. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap it up. As I say, this is my long day, so I still have scanning to do and things like that. So I think I'll wrap it up now. Thanks a lot for all of the help, as usual, in the room. I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.